Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Lord Mayor.
We are going live in, we just gone live, so could please be quiet.
Thank you.
Good afternoon again and welcome to today's full council meeting. Happy New Year to you all. I haven't seen any of you in the new year, so Happy New Year. And I do hope that you all did have a lovely Christmas and ready for the start of the new year. Hope it's positive towards the end. Can I remind members, can I welcome any members of the public who are joining us today? You are more than welcome and thank you for joining us. Please, can I remind members, can you please put your microphone on mute at all time until you're asked to speak? And I'd be grateful if you could keep the noise in the background to a minimum level. First, I would like to, in communication, I would like to extend congratulations to all those recipients from Leeds who worked and volunteered in Leeds and who have been recognized in Her Majesty the Queen 2021 New Year's Honor. I have written to them all to offer my warmest congratulations and their well-deserved awards. Now I'll go to some very sad news. You will all know that both Honorary Alderman Penny Ewing and Honorary Alderman Jean White both passed away early December. Penny served on council representing the Hyde Park and Woodhouse ward from 2004 to 2012 as a Lib Dem councillor. She was highly respected for all the work that she did within the local community and will be remembered by all those who knew her as being incredibly loyal, passionate, and dedicated. Jean serves as a round-day ward councillor from 1999 to 2000, and was the first Black person to be appointed as Deputy Lord Mayor for Leeds in 1999. She was awarded an MBE in the Queen's Birthday Honour List in 2010 for service to community relations. The Black community has sadly lost one of its leading lights. Dame Fanny was finally, as many of you may be aware, that Dame Fanny Waterman passed away just before Christmas. Dame Fanny was such a deserving recipient of the Freedom of the City of Leeds Award, which she received back in 2004. Having been born, bred, and worked in the city, and as a founder of the Leeds International Piano Competition, Dame Fanny leaves a valuable legacy to our city that enriches the entire world of music and will be greatly missed. Can I please ask members to join me in a minute's silence? Could you all? Thank you. Can I go to item 1? Minutes of the meeting held on the 11th and the 20th of November and the 9th of December. Councillor Dawson.
I'd like to move that the minutes be received, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Taylor.
Second, Lord Mayor.
Can we go for a vote? Thank you, that's been carried. Declaration of interest. Is any members have anything to declare? Thank you. Communication, Chief Exec. Tom Raden?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just one piece of communication. I'd like to inform Council that a response to the Council resolution in September on the planning white paper has been received from the Right Honourable Christopher Pincher, MP, Minister of State for Housing. The response has been previously circulated to all members of Council.
Thank you. Procedural motion, Councillor Dawson,
I'd like to move in terms of the notice, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Taylor.
Second, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Can I go to the vote? Thank you. That's been carried. Procedural motion, Councillor Campbell. Councillor Campbell. Does any members of the Lib Dem group would like to propose that motion? Any member of the Lib Dem group? Councillor Colton, you are the leader of the Lib Dem.
Yes, I'm happy to do so, Lord Mayor.
Thank you.
Am I?
Well, who is doing it? Councillor Colton. Councillor Colton?
Yes, Lord Mayor. Is it to be moved formally or with a verbal description?
Move formally.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank
I
you.
move.
David Blackburn to second.
Formally second.
Can I call for a vote? I'll call on each whip to vote on the behalf of their members. I'll start with Councillor Dawson. Are you for, against, or abstain?
We're against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cohen, are you for, against, or abstain? I'm not sure if Councillor Cohen is here. Councillor Taylor, can you speak on the behalf of Councillor Cohen?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell, again, I'm not sure if Councillor Campbell is here. Can Councillor Golton speak on the behalf?
We're for, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Hutchinson, are you for, against, or abstain?
Marlborough Independence, abstain, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Field, are you for, against, or abstain? Councillor Field? Is Sorry, Councillor Fields, are you for, against, or abstain? Is Councillor Dobson online? Could he comment?
Good afternoon, Lord Mayor. Abstain.
Councillor Ann Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Ron Graham, are you for, against, or abstain? Councillor Ron Graham, are you for, against, or abstain? I'll just move on. The result, I'm afraid this has been lost. I'll move to item 4. Councillor Dawson.
Move in terms of the notice, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Rate, second.
I second, Lord Mayor.
I'll now go to a vote. All those for or against? If anyone against, could you still say? That's being carried. I'll go to item 5. Councillor James Lewis.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I move in terms of the notice.
Thank you. Councillor Dawson, second.
I'd like to second, Lord Mayor.
I'll now call for a vote. All those for. If anyone against or abstain, can you please say so? That's been carried. Thank you. Item 6, Councillor Moherin.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm delighted to move the Plans Panel Annual Report, which not only highlights some of the key achievements during this time, but also addresses future work and challenges that we will be facing. Although the report does not cover much of the last 12 months, it cannot go without saying that in common with the citizens who we are here to serve, this has been the most challenging period that most of us have had to face as councillors and council officers on both a personal and professional level. However, throughout this, we have adapted to ensure that we are still able to hold the various Plans Panel and Development Plans Panel meetings. Indeed, Plans Panels were pioneers of the new way of working that we've sadly all had to get used to since last March, of remote meetings broadcast from our homes while juggling other caring commitments. It's been a very different experience, but I would like to thank every member and planning officer involved for making it a success. And in particular, I'd like to thank the Plans Panel chairs who have led the way through this new process. Following the declaration of the climate emergency in March 2019, our Development Plans Panel in particular has been working to strengthen our local policies to meet our carbon reduction targets. We know that the site allocations plan has been a huge undertaking for the council and will shape the places where people live, work and spend time for many years to come. It was developed over many years and to ensure that the city could meet the housing needs of its residents and communities over the years to come. In addition to this, the conclusion of the core strategy selective review resulted in a lower housing requirement up to 2033. This included the updating of policies, particularly on affordable housing and green space. We're looking to the future housing developments in Leeds. It's important that homes are energy efficient, better connected to sustainable transport, and to meet the whole range of housing needs for older people, families, people requiring wheelchair accessible homes and single adults too. There has been a boom in city centre living over recent years, and the growth in the number of housing units delivered has depended very heavily on that. Following the Airborough challenge to the SAP, the removal of 37 Greenbelt sites from the plan that is currently being consulted on will bring clarity to developers and certainty for residents across the city. I know that as a council, we will continue to work tirelessly to address the planning needs of our city. It will be a tough job, ensuring that we are providing the best solutions for all of our communities, environment and for our economy to thrive. And Plans Panel members will remain very much at the forefront of that work. I'd like to move the report and thank again all of the Plans Panel members for all the work that they do throughout the year.
Councillor Dawson to second.
I'd like to second formally, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Jim McKenna.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As Chair of City Plans Panel, once again, we faced a busy and challenging year. Who could have imagined that our biggest challenge was actually going to be the global pandemic? With our climate emergency declaration and the adopted site allocation plan, applications had to be considered sensitively, and we had to ensure we were delivering our ambitions for the city. It's impossible to talk through even a fraction of the schemes that we have discussed at panel during the past year, but there are some applications that stand out and are worth a mention. The development of Tower Works site will provide residential buildings as well as new opportunities to link communities right into the heart of our city via adequate pedestrian routes. Channel 4's move to the city has also provided a fantastic opportunity to continue the site's industrial history with the intention of redeveloping the Grade 2 listed engine house into a post-production facility. No doubt this is a fantastic opportunity for our city and future career opportunities in this field for our talented young people. It is also fitting, given current circumstances, that I highlight another key development from this report in the heart of our city, namely Leeds General Infirmary. With the construction of a new adult hospital additional critical care facilities, and a purpose-built new children's hospital. That's the bit where we all should say hooray. It will provide much needed vital services for the health and well-being of our residents in the city, not to mention it will bring to the wider region. Although not within this report, it would be amiss if I didn't mention COVID-19. I'd like to extend my gratitude to all our staff who have worked tirelessly and unselfishly throughout the pandemic, members of City Plans Panel who have responded magnificently to the new challenges we face. A big thank you also to those who have worked to ensure we have been able to continue as normal as possible with the introduction of remote panels and ensuring we can continue to make key decisions on the future developments for our city. It has also allowed members to embrace new working arrangement that reduces the need to travel for meetings. I am sure we may continue these new ways of working to some extent after it becomes safe to hold physical meetings again. I am also... thank you, Lord Mayor. I'll just finish on a sentence then. As we look even further ahead, we know there will be further challenges to our city as COVID-19, which may include financial hardship for our most vulnerable families. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Caroline Gruen.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. First of all, I'd like to thank members of the South and West Plans panel for continuing the professional and insightful contributions that have become the hallmark of the work of the panel over what has been a very difficult year. Unlike other councils, during the pandemic, we have quickly moved to maintain a proper democratic system driven by the 3 plans panels. And the journey that we've had through Skype, Public Eye and Zoom has not been without its hiccups and frustrations. And still, members have attended punctually and well prepared to consider the applications in front of us with exactly the right blend of wisdom, experience and passion for the city. We have, of course, missed the site visits, an important insight into our understanding, and I look forward, Lord Mayor, to these being resumed. Current national restrictions have also prevented opportunities for face-to-face consultations, such as drop-ins and public meetings and forums. And as not everyone can read plans or access the portal, it's a vital way of communicating with the public on major planning issues if we're going to make a seismic change required. I'd also like to thank officers, as ever, for your high quality advice and guidance and for your forbearance when things haven't gone quite as expected. And this year particularly for the huge amount of work that has gone into firstly gaining permission needed to hold public meetings online, and secondly for all the practical preparation and practice that has gone into making it happen. The panel has achieved many positive developments, the most significant of which is noted in the report, many of which have required a careful balance between respecting and restoring existing features and buildings with the need to provide the right number of high quality but affordable homes. Stonebridge Mills, cited in the report, is a good example of that, where panel members pushed hard to maintain the original character of the development whilst ensuring housing allocation was delivered. Until the pandemic interrupted proceedings, we had also undertaken an imaginative programme of non-mandatory training, which has underpinned the way ahead. And I point in particular to the work on access and inclusion, design and tree planting, all of which signposts the future. And if I have one message to Plans Panel colleagues, it is that from now we move on from the preponderance of housing numbers to the proper delivery of placemaking in its widest sense, to high quality contemporary design, imaginative, useful green space on site, to creating unique places where people want to live. It is our role in the light of our climate change challenge to embrace innovation in carbon efficiency and sustainability, clean air zones and changed attitudes to travel. We must not compromise on insisting that this is accompanied by appropriate infrastructure, school places and highways, retail, imaginative landscaping and carbon efficient features.
Councillor Gruen?
Yes, Lord Mayor, thank you very much. I'll just finish on my final sentence. It is too often that this vision that we have for our city is compromised by developers And we need the best social housing in Britain, enough affordable houses for those who need it, innovative climate-friendly developments, groundbreaking design, and the highest standards of sustainability and conservation. And we simply shouldn't settle for anything less. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I speak in my capacity as chair of the North and East panel. As colleagues have said, the reporting year ended with us in lockdown, and this stopped plans panel for a period. And I also want to move to beyond the reporting period to put on my record the thanks to all the officers who worked so hard to enable the resumption of remote panels. Getting to grips with the technology, the various platforms that were tried and tested in real time, alongside the training and great patience shown with us members while getting to grips with things, has truly been an outstanding piece of work. I also know that many of the staff involved aren't necessarily visible to members at the panel, but nonetheless your contribution is appreciated by us all. To ensure members are well prepared for panel, we are kept up to date with relevant training courses. A particular highlight this year was the access and inclusivity training. This has led to a small but significant change to the panel reports. So now accessibility and inclusivity is considered on its own merits, distinct from accessibility relating to travel. This enables better scrutiny of applications. One of the messages we took away from that training session was good design is inclusive, bad design is not. Don't accept bad design. So to the report, and to briefly touch on one of the more significant applications we have received in the reporting period, and that's the redevelopment of Scarcroft Lodge into a community care village. It brings back into use a listed building, converts the existing lodges into houses alongside new build cottages, which replace the less attractive, more modern office buildings which were to be demolished. In addition to providing a range of community and leisure facilities on the site to meet the everyday needs of the residents, the development also delivered a new car park and other improvements to the adjoining Scarcroft Cricket Club ground. The site, although a brownfield site, is in the green belt. It's a special landscape area and in the Scarcroft Conservation Area, but such was the quality of the scheme, I don't recall any local objections, which is unusual for such an application. That didn't lessen the time devoted to scrutinising the application on all its features and the surrounding area, and it was then unanimously passed by the panel. However, usually the planning process is by its nature more adversarial, often with equally passionate but contrary viewpoints on typically controversial schemes that come to us. I'm pleased to report the members on our plans panels operate meticulously with great integrity, giving full consideration to all points of view and facts before making what is often a finely balanced decision. I'll close, Lord Mayor, by thanking the officers who support me in my role and at the front line at plans panels, dealing with matters in such a skilled and professional way. Thanks to all the elected members on North and East for their careful preparation for the meetings, alongside the thoughtful, incisive contributions, which leads to good decision making and better planning. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Can I point out to members, you've got 3 minutes, and I'm going to stop you at 3 minutes from now on. Councillor Neil Walsher.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As chair of the Development Plan panel, I'd like to thank everyone for their efforts in what's been a really challenging year, as the members have already mentioned. Perhaps our motto for this year could have been, "You're still on mute, councillor." I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the officers that have left us during this period, during the part of the early leaver scheme. That includes Lois Pickering, Robin Coughlin, and Headingley's own design guru, Mark Burgess. Thank you all for your efforts over the few years. So the planning system, as we know, colleagues, is one of those areas where the challenges that face society are actually confronted in a strange old way. We'll kind of come to that in a minute. But perhaps, Lord Mayor, it's an opportune moment to hand out an important award. And this award is the Councillor Andrew Carter Award for attempting to rewrite planning history. Now, over the course of the Development Plan panel, it's been a competitive year for this award, as it is every year. And I think an honourable runners-up mention should go to Councillor Barry Anderson for a valiant effort in a substitute appearance. But the winner is Councillor Andrew Carter. Congratulations, Andrew. on yet another win. Okay, I am joshing, I am pulling your leg, and I apologise. But the serious point is, through this administration and our development panel has all times to be evidence-led. This is a serious, sober business, and we have to be, because it falls upon us to both provide the housing the city needs, but also to protect our vitally important green spaces. And I think we've learned how important those green spaces are, especially over the course of this year. Where's that seriousness and sense of mission get us? Well, it gets us to having, as Councillor Merrins pointed out, an SAP that's passed and sound. That SAP is incredibly important to provide the certainty that our communities need to know that if it's not on the SAP, it's not happening. And I would say to developers as well, look, if it isn't on the SAP, don't waste everyone's time. It's not worth it. We've got new housing numbers through our cost strategy selective review, and those are evidence-led housing numbers like we always have to be. This is the theme of the speech, isn't it? But how do we confront the future? Well, Development Plan Panel is confronting the future by having a climate emergency-led local plan update. That's so important to us. How do we get carbon out of our buildings? How do we have sustainable development? What we're looking at renewable energy generation and storage. How do we improve our biodiversity? The simple act of planting trees is so important. And above all, as Councillor Gruen's mentioned, quality placemaking based around the principle of the 15-minute neighbourhood, which means you've got much of what you need as a community within 15 minutes. It's so important that we get this right for the future because, as I've said many times, colleagues, planning decisions last lifetimes. This local plan review is so important to us as we face and embrace the future. So it's been a challenging year. I'd like to thank everyone for their efforts, and I look forward to how we can progress and make Leeds even better in the future. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Anderson, Barry Anderson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can I associate the Conservative group with the comments about the thanks to officers and members? But I would like to make some comments on the report. I agree this has been a difficult year, but I would like to comment and also come up with some ideas as to how the report could be improved. For example, I note that there is no mention of customer or resident satisfaction with the planning process, so that there's transparency, so that we can actually understand what are our residents thinking about the way that the plans panel process is being run. Nor are there any measurements of the public's understanding of the administration's policies and procedures, because a lot of residents say to me they listen into plans panels and they can't follow it. They just don't follow the logic of some of the arguments that are being put forward and why certain things are happening. There's no mention this year of how everybody can work better in communicating with residents. At Development Plans Panel, I've been pushing on about our consultation documents. It was rushed out at the end of the day instead of being done properly in terms of the way forward. The public need to get explanation as to why decisions have been made. There's also the issue that a number of comments are made by members of the Plans Panel. And I'm not just talking about opposition members here. A number of the controlling group make comments and suggestions as to how things can be approved. There's nothing reflecting back about how elected members have actually changed policy as well by learning from experience and some of the problems we face up to on plans panels. There's no information in the report on the applications that have been approved that weren't policy compliant, and as to why they weren't policy compliant, yet they were still approved. There's no mention of the importance of neighbourhood plans and how they have helped the planning process this year. There is no real mention about the impact on enforcement. For example, how many approved cases by plans panels have then subsequently gone on to cause massive enforcement work? And why was that occurring? Why did the plans panels not foresee some of the problems that were coming forward? The public do not understand the council's enforcement policies. They seem to lack logic. You know, this isn't just in the outer areas, this is citywide. I've been at a number of plans panels who have been talking about HMOs this year. The public do not understand the council's policy, and we're not doing a great job. And I do think that this report would have given a good opportunity for the council to explain the logic behind a lot of the decisions they've made. Thank you,
Councillor
Lord.
Anderson, it's okay. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Could I initially apologise for missing the procedure motion in my name at the beginning of the meeting? I had some troubles logging on. And can I also take the opportunity of thanking officers and my fellow Plans Panel members for all their sterling work this year. There are a couple of points I'd like to raise, if possible, in relation to the report. Initially, buildings at risk. I think this is still a significant issue for the council. And with lockdown, I am concerned that a number of these buildings, it's being more difficult for us to protect a number of these buildings. That said, the City Council is not without fault, as they own a number of the buildings at risk. And I would urge that the executive member to try and persuade her colleagues to loosen up a little more funding to help protect these important historical assets of the city. On design, all the chairs of panels have quite rightly emphasised what they think is the importance of good design. Unfortunately, this message doesn't seem to have got through to certain areas of the council, as is a good example of which is the latest consultation on the proposed housing development to the east of Otley, which seems to have absolutely no reference to design in it whatsoever. It would be wrong of me, I think, to not comment on Councillor Mulheron's words with regard to the core strategy review and the proposal to remove 37 greenbelt sites from the SAP. I would remind members that not all of us on the council felt these sites should be in the SAP in the first place, and I think we should, at this point, note the persistence of the Airborough Neighbourhood Forum, who have forced this particular change. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor David Blackburn.
Oh, you surprised me there, Lord Mayor. I didn't think it was my turn yet. First of all, I'm not going to talk about what's come to city plans, which I sit on. But I'm going to talk about one that West Plans dealt with, that the chair of West Plans has spoke about earlier, and that's Stonebridge Mill. Back in 1998, when I first got elected, and the site had been abandoned, I got taken to a meeting there. And over the last 20 years, we've had all sorts of plans, including an idea to build a Tesco supermarket there, which would have been a disaster. And I've got to say, I am now glad to see a plan that is reasonably all right, as plans can be. And the fact that work has started on the site a few weeks ago. And I think that's a move forward. There are some great buildings within there, and which we are keeping, and I think that is really, really good. On the way we've changed the way of working because of COVID. I've got to say it makes it difficult, I think, but we've learnt how to move forward on it as we moved along with each meeting. And that, but we still haven't sorted out as internet problems, as I can say. Councillor McKenna keeps disappearing, which is unfortunate on city plans. On climate change, and before any Labour member, administration member has a go at me about this, I aren't meaning them. But the fact is it seems to me that progress on climate change through planning is slow, and it is slow by nature of planning. So as I say, I'm not criticising the administration, but somewhere or other we've got to speed it up, because applications are coming to us which basically meet policy at the moment, but by the time they build them, they'll be out of date. And I think we need we need speed on this, and I don't think necessarily it's all of our making. I think we need central government to allow us to do that. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Lamb.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. If you'd listened to Councillor Mulherin and the Labour chairs and read the report, you'd be given the impression that all was rosy in the planning and development garden in Leeds. They conveniently glossed over the fact that the core strategy review has been forced upon them by the court case, and because of the mess they got into 9 years on, we still haven't fully completed the plan for Leeds, which is quite astonishing and a damning statement on the planning policies of this administration in Leeds. While we're on the subject of awards, Lord Mayor, I think we've just seen the outstanding winner for the Walshaw Award for Waffle and Whitewash for glossing over all the nonsense that we've heard. He did say a couple of things that I agree with. One, planning decisions last a lifetime. Quite right, Councillor Walshaw. The damage that you and your colleagues have done to many of our communities can never be undone and will last for many lifetimes. And it's about time one of you stood up and apologised for the messes you've made in this city to our communities. Lord Mayor, you'd also be forgiven for thinking that the process is working swimmingly in Leeds. But if you talk to the public, talk to developers, and even talk to the planning officers themselves, nothing could be further from the truth. We find ourselves in a situation in a fee levying service where there are simply not enough planning officers, and the frustrations expressed by the planners themselves, by the developers, by members of the public, reports waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting to be written, decisions waiting and waiting and waiting to be taken. It's costing a fortune to the city's economy, and it could be fixed so simply. The developers universally would quite happily pay more fees for their applications if that meant there was more resource to deal with them, and that would give better support to communities. Lord Mayor, my final point is that I think we have seen some positive things this year. In my area, we have seen some much better approaches to planning. It's taken a great degree of effort to drag developers and planners kicking and screaming to the table. But in two cases, with Lovells for an application in Thorpe Arch, who belatedly have started to really engage well with the community. And it's one of those rare occasions where we may actually be able to say, we don't need this to come to plans panel because we've been able to resolve the issues through dialogue. Similarly, the very contentious Taylor Wimpey application in Wetherby, belatedly again, the developers are starting to engage with the community, and it's making a big difference to all parties. We need to see more of that, Lord Mayor. But is everything rosy in the garden in planning terms? Absolutely not. If you're going to mark this report, must do better. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cohen.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I would begin by really echoing pretty much everything that my colleague, Councillor Lamb, has said. It's been a strange year sitting on Plans Panel this year, and I think it's right that we say that in many regards, much of what has been achieved is actually admirable, and I say that for colleagues and officers alike. We are dealing with applications that and doing so virtually. Having said that, I think it is fair and appropriate to say that it is a far, far cry from meetings taking place, plans panels taking place in public, sat round the table where we can more effectively challenge officers, where we can more effectively interrogate in the nicest possible way the developers and indeed the objectors, and where and there is a quality of scrutiny of applications, however good, that is missed by doing so virtually. And I think we've got to recognise that, notwithstanding, and I absolutely accept and understand why we are doing what we are doing the way we are doing it. Nonetheless, I think it's important that we recognise there is a reduction in quality of decision. Equally, I think there have been some very strange decisions this year, and that comes about for me because we see panels not standing up for some of the policies that we as a city have set. We set accessibility standards. The number of times we see them just ignored to allow developers to build on green belt and on green land, frankly, I've lost count. You know, I can think of developments in Ardsley and Robin Hood that my view is unequivocal, should never have been brought forward because the development didn't meet a range of our criteria, and yet it was approved. Obviously, it was approved not, you know, because of the, in this case, the ward member's own plan. It was in Councillor Mulherron's ward, and of course it's her plan that ultimately led to that going ahead. But I think of Wetherby, I think of Horsforth, where we've set aside, we've ignored, it seems to me, policies set by this council in a dogged determination to bring certain greenfield sites through to development.
Cohen.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Finnegan.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I must admit I'm a little puzzled to see these glorious sun-drenched uplands that the chairs of plans panels are talking about at this particular point, because that's not our perception of what goes on in and around the Morley area. Certainly in terms of our resolutions on climate change, then I'm consistently saying at plans panel there isn't enough detail on EN1 and EN2. And rather than have a load of empty rhetoric, it would be nice to see specific details that plans panel members can come to a conclusion on, because it is wishy-washy, it is vague, and I think it allows developers to get out of their particular commitments in terms of their contribution towards reducing the impact of global warming. Of course, we think there's been a rush to the bottom in terms of development. We don't recognise all of this quality development, and we're going to hold developers to particular standards. Certainly in our place in Leeds City Council, our bit of the world, the planning department is regarded as the developer's friend, and there isn't any application poor enough that they will not help and support. So we do hope that, taking into account that the housing numbers have reduced, and that we can take a little bit more vigour when we are scrutinising applications made by developers, that we might actually see some quality, we might actually see some development that is good for our community, and we might be able to say to developers from time to time, no, we don't accept that this is an appropriate application. We don't need a rush to the bottom now. The housing numbers have reduced. We have more than a 5-year land supply. Let's hope that that pulls together to a situation where we can say to perhaps one of the large scale developers, no, this application is unacceptable. We refuse it. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Collins.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Councillor Mulherron's report describes a system which produces some wonderful developments and opportunities for our city. It suggests that the council has put a lot of effort into finding solutions for problem sites and has paved the way forward that continues to make our city more vibrant, beautiful, and the best place for anyone to live. In reality, though, this is not the case. In reality, plans panels invariably ignore the majority of comments and concerns raised by existing neighbouring communities and just roll over and give way to the proposals put forward by the profit-making developers. Picking one of the sites that the report lists, Bramham House, the planning officer's report that the officers drafted for plans panel summarised the local response. The summary listed 29 reasons why local people felt the proposed development was falling short. I can't read them all out as it would use up all of my allotted time, but in essence, many of the concerns were those that we hear on a regular basis at every plans panel: road access, traffic congestion, parking issues, loss of wildlife habitat. The only single point that was listed that was properly addressed by that panel was affordable homes. And I suspect that the developer was already planning to concede to that requirement prior to attending Plans Panel. My experience on Plans Panel has shown me that in general, local neighbours to a site have less concern about what is going into a site and more about what impact that development is going to have on the area outside of the red line boundary. Councillor Mulheron's report doesn't say much about mitigation work and what solutions to problems outside the site have been found. Is that because she is modest or because there is very little to mention? A site in Horsforth has also recently been accepted for development in principle, despite there being numerous objections relating to highways and traffic. The site is immediately adjacent to the Horsforth roundabout, where both the ring road and the A65 cross. The site is in Greenbelt, and the recently adopted Horsforth neighbourhood plan details steps of mitigation that could be considered before any planning approval is given. But these were all ignored at the Plans Panel, and the only concern that planning officers were asked to take away and consider was the look of the new proposed homes. If our policies are so weak that we cannot protect local communities and address the issues they raise through Plans Panel, Councillor Mulheron needs to put a lot more effort into addressing this issue. Or, at the very least, she needs to approve a report that is honest and open, not that presents a view through rose-tinted spectacles. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Latty.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Nice advice there. I would like to talk really about the practical side of Plans Panels, Lord Mayor. I do acknowledge the good work that's been done by panels. I only know in detail that the one I sit on, which is City Plans Panels. But what I would like to suggest, Lord Mayor, is something which I have mentioned before. Nobody ever seems to believe me, but I think that the panels have become too big, and that this is detrimental to the work of the panels and the results that the panels bring. And I think that the COVID problem, forcing us onto Zoom meetings, has exacerbated this problem, simply because it has introduced the method whereby chairs call upon people to speak going round the table in alphabetical order or in reverse or whatever, so that 12 people tend to have an opinion or to voice an opinion, and then 10 people ask questions, and then 12 people ask or give comments at the end. As a result, we get very long meetings which don't tease out any more than we used to do with smaller panels. The same goes to when we were able to do site visits. It's very rare you get more than half to 2/3 of the 12 members on the bus on a site visit. And that's something which I would like to, again, I've suggested many times, I would like attendance on site visits to be compulsory. It's an important part because people don't go on a site visit, but then they vote on the item when it comes to panel, when they're sitting in panel, really without full notice of knowledge of what they're doing. So I won't go on about this. That's my point. I think that when we had panels of, I think it was 9 we had, was the maximum 8 plus a chair on city plans, certainly. We got through the work a lot better. It didn't drag on as it tends to do nowadays. It's not unusual for a panel to last for 4 hours, 5 hours sometimes. With city plans it has been, and it's not unusual to have 6. Now then, I defy anybody to have an attention span and the stamina to get through 6 hours of plans and still be making a good decision at the end of it. So I would like attention drawn to the fact that we could seriously think about smaller sized panels. And that's all I need to say. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Dawes.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Well, I'm pleased to see that what my Liberal Democrat colleagues and I have been saying all along was right about the housing numbers and the SAP. There was no need to build on many of the Greenbelt sites in and around my ward. It's just a shame that those in charge did not listen to us at the time. Had they have done so, it would have saved a lot of time and money, and also worry for local residents having to contend with a local infrastructure that cannot cope with existing housing numbers, let alone the ones that they were planning to build. And that would have only made it worse if these sites were to have gone ahead. So I'm very pleased that the review has now happened and that we were right, and that the housing numbers were based on inaccurate data, which had the council have waited just 6 weeks to the next meeting, we would have had the correct figures, and therefore we wouldn't have needed to have worried people unduly. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Carter.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Can I just begin by commenting to Councillor Walshaw that if awards were being given, he'd be receiving the Walt Disney Award for a fictional cartoon. As has already been said, most of the general public listening to the presentations from the Labour planning chairs would not recognise this wonderful year of achievement that they have outlined. In fact, it was anything but. And to echo the comments of my colleagues, Councillors Lamb and Cohen and Collins in particular, meeting remotely, whilst unavoidable at the moment, does not enhance the democratic planning process one iota. And the sooner we can get back to some sense of normality, the quicker confidence in planning in Leeds will return, hopefully, to the general public. I particularly want to remind Labour members that the saga of housing numbers began with them. It's a matter of fact, and it started at the 70,000 new housing numbers that Labour said Leeds needed using completely flawed economic data. And that was the start of the problem. And we're still living with it today because as much as the Labour group might like to blame the judge, the Abra Action Group or the planning inspector for the failure of their case in the High Court, which has resulted in 37 Greenbelt sites being reinstated, was the fault of the council, because they throughout have tried to get away with a number of houses we didn't need in the wrong places and of the wrong type. Final point I want to make very quickly is we still are not, whatever Councillor Caroline Gruen may say, effectively making developers face up to their obligations. Councillor Finnegan touched on this. Every elected member in the chamber knows that developers are not fulfilling their 106 agreements as they should, providing the standard of green space and amenity that they should, and the council seems completely unable to force them to do that. That's not acceptable, and the sooner the developers concerned are named and shamed, the better for everyone. It may be the only way to make them live up to their responsibilities. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Galton.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. I want to refer to affordable housing and particularly into the agenda of the development plan panel. I had a look through it to see whether it was being addressed, and it hadn't this year. So let's hope that it's on its agenda for the following political year. Only because the review of the site allocations plan in terms of taking out all of the Greenbelt sites, whilst being very welcome, these are the sites where the council was relying on the private sector to be delivering affordable housing to those communities which don't benefit from the council's current council house building programme. Now, under the revised plans, of course, and the recent record of delivery of housing units in the city, we are very much focusing on relying on city centre-based development and student accommodation, which in themselves deliver very little affordable housing, but also might not deliver any affordable housing in their particular development and offer a commuted sum. And there are restrictions on how that commuted sum can then be used to deliver affordable housing. I would like to see some joint working between the Joint Plans Panel and the Council's Housing Directorate to look at how the Council can respond to this vacuum of delivery of affordable housing in many communities outside of inner city areas where the Council actually has land that it is relying to deliver its affordable housing programme on. And I would like to in particular see the development of the housing company, which was promised by this administration to help deliver housing, to look at those brownfield sites that are there in outer communities such as mine, to see whether the council could itself be the developer of choice to deliver good quality housing, which is place-based, passive house, whatever you want to achieve. But in particular, you know, for those 50-minute neighbourhoods, let's make sure that we're not pricing out poor people from taking advantage of all of those great things about good development by making some of our communities affordable housing free zones. So if that could be looked into in the next political year, I'd be very grateful, Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mulherin to sum up.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. There's so many contributions there that I'm not going to be able to respond to everyone individually. So I'm just going to try to work through some of the themes that were discussed. So first of all, to welcome the recognition by most of the members who commented that grants have been made, both by members and officers, to ensure that there was continuing democratic oversight of the planning process throughout the last year. And just again to add to the thanks I gave at the start to officers and pick up the point that Councillor Wilshaw made, that we lost a significant number of officers at the end of the year last year who left the authority after many years of valued public service. I'd like to add my thanks to them for all of their work over many years here on behalf of the citizens of Leeds. Councillor Gruen, thank you for your contribution in terms of encouraging members to move on from their fixation on the housing numbers to embracing quality design and the work that we're doing as an authority to embed our climate emergency principles and reduction targets in the local plan, and to leading improvements in the standards that we expect from developers. A number of members contributed and commented on the significant planning decisions that have been made this year. And like Councillor McKenna, I'm sure we all welcome the long-awaited approval for the Leeds Children's Hospital, and again, the sensitive redevelopment of sites like Stonebridge Mills, which embed both the conservation value of the buildings that were there and sensitive reuse of those older buildings in our city. Other significant developments which didn't get a mention today include the new rail station at White Rose Office Park and the community sports hub at Elland Road. Councillor Campbell mentioned buildings at risk, and I think, you know, we've got some really good examples of work on that in the city. And I'd particularly like to mention here the great progress being made on the White Cloth Hall. Members may not have had the opportunity to go into the city centre over the last 12 months, but if you have been in and you've been anywhere around Kirkgate, you'll have seen the way in which that is making huge progress. And again, something that I'm sure we all welcome. I'd like to also congratulate the officers on the design and layout of the report, which the discussion we had about the report at Plans Panel before it got approved to come here. All members across party recognise the way in which it was set out. It's sections in particular that were easy read, so it's accessible to all Leeds citizens, was particularly welcomed at Plans Panel. So with that, Lord Mayor, I do hope that over the year ahead, we get to move on to focus in more detail in terms of the work we need to do to raise the standards of planning in the city. And I welcome the way in which all members are committed to do it.
Herring.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now go to the vote. Can I also ask any members who wishes to vote against or abstain? Could you please say so? Else I'll take your silence for agreement. That's been carried. Thank you. I'll go to item 7, community. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And I'm moving this report with an extra sense of pride this year, I have to say, as it's been a very different one to any that's come before it. It's changed how many people look at their community and reminded everyone how important they are to all of us. It's certainly changed how we interact with our community. A chat on the doorstep between lockdown and tears, or a phone or a video call when we couldn't even do that. Checking in on each other, even if there wasn't a cup of tea to go with it. Getting food supplies for the vulnerable who were unable to leave their homes, or key workers who couldn't find the time to go shopping and face bare shelves when they actually got there. Community committees have been no different, and I'm humbled by the efforts made by everyone involved. And I particularly want to recognise the efforts of officers, many of who worked well above and beyond what we could expect of them. Each and every one of them did so much to make sure that no one in Leeds was forgotten. And unfortunately, with the financial pressures on the council, some of those hard-working officers have taken early retirement, and I would like to thank them for the work they did. In particular, a huge thanks to Martin Dean, to Bash Uppel and to Dean Marshall from the Communities Directorate for everything they have done for over many years for us. I also want to thank all the community committee chairs for their hard work and commitment over the last year, and I know how difficult it's been for them. I also want to recognise the work put in by members of community committees. Time and time again, we have all heard stories of members across the city stepping up, rolling up their sleeves and doing whatever work needed to be done for their communities. For many of us, that was long days and long nights in circumstances none of us expected when we stood for election as councillors. Even with the lockdown and tears and all the work that entailed, there was still the huge day-to-day work that was needed from our committees. It's a real testament to everybody involved. It feels like we have been on Zoom calls for years now, but it's easy to forget in the early years when we couldn't meet up in person how difficult it was to simply organise and participate in online meetings, let alone get work done. And that flexibility in working was matched by flexibility in spending. Responding to demand in the community meant that being flexible with how community committees could spend allocations to them. Initially by ensuring community committees could access funding early and quickly, and more recently to the allocation of the extra 10,000 for each ward to spend with the COVID demand in their area. As I said at the start, Lord Mayor and members of council, I'm proud of the work everyone has done on the community committees this year, be they elected members, officers or the communities themselves, and I move the report.
Yeah. Councillor Dawson to second.
Thank you. Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd like to second formally.
Councillor Akhtar.
Yeah, thank you, my Lord Mayor. It gives me a great privilege to speak on the annual community report, which has been presented to yourself. It is hard for me to sum up 10 months hard work within 3 minutes, but I will try my best to highlight some of the fantastic work our community committee has done over the last 10 months. I am sure, my Lord Mayor, that both sides of the chamber will agree with me that the amazing support we have received from thousands of volunteers across the city, and we were not only any different here in the Northwest. Our super volunteers worked flat out to deliver food, medicine, and shopping and more for our local residents. My Lord Mayor, I am proud to inform the chamber that during the pandemic, 828 828 volunteers signed up with the Inner Northwest Hubs organizations in our part of the city. Headingley and Hyde Park had 178, London and Woodhouse Ward with 300, and Wheatwood Ward with 350 volunteers. During the pandemic, Inner Northwest Community Committee worked with many local organizations. London and Woodhouse and Headingley and Hyde Park have worked together, holding regular joint committee meetings with our local organizations. Name the few: Caring Together, Cardigan Centre, Gateway Church, Holborn Church, Hyde Park FC, the Grand Mosque, Woodhouse Mutual Aid, Vineyard Church, Oblong, Hyde Park Source, Rainbow Junction, Seventh-day Adventist Church, Leeds University and Student Union, Leeds Beckett University and the Student Unions, Blenheim Residents Association, Nottingham College, Leeds Food Aid Network, and of course, Leeds African Community Network. Community organization work with Wheatwood Wards, Opal, Meanwood Community Centre, St. Paul Church, SVP, Kids Camps, and ESW Cluster Family Support, St. Church Church, and many other local small groups in our area. We were also delighted to support the Loving Box food support from the Grand Mosque, Freedom for the Girls, sanitary items supported for girls and women, cultural food set up by the Leeds African communities, food banks, soup and more run by the Seventh-day Adventist Church. Rainbow Junction has been champion, delivering the hot meals for the local residents. And I'm sure on many occasions, my Lord Mayor, you came to witness some of the activities that we have been going around in our neck of the wood. I would also like to take, on behalf of our members, would like to thank the community members.
Councillor Akhtar.
Yeah, just a final, Chair. I like the way the exec member just said. I would really like to extend my thanks to the community committee locality team and the central, and above all, the leadership who have been only a phone call away during the difficult times. So thank you very much.
Councillor Dawson.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I'd like to inform Council of some of the work that's gone on in this extraordinary year in the Outer South. January and February were pretty normal months. However, there was a dramatic change which occurred on Monday, March the 16th. I was surprised by an early morning call from Martin Dean advising me that our Community Committee meeting in Driglington should not go ahead following guidance issued by the government to deal with stop the spread of the coronavirus. From that moment, the business, the activities and the expenditure of the committee had to change quite dramatically. As part of the response of the council to do whatever it takes to support people in Leeds, 2 organisations in the Outer South worked in partnership with the council and other parties to support our communities during the first and the subsequent lockdowns. They are Morley Groundwork Trust and the MHA Rothwell Live at Home. Both organisations stepped up to help, having had obviously no prior warning and no prior training in dealing with pandemics. They have been superb in their response to help those in need, in particular the elderly and the vulnerable in the Outer South. To give council some idea of the work done, at the peak of the first lockdown, Groundwork Trust in Morley were distributing around 500 food parcels per week. They were making around 130 telephone calls every week, ranging from a simple hello, a friendly chat, or down to a buddy call, where someone may have complex needs, have been impacted by isolation and anxiety. They're also doing collecting and distributing prescriptions, and also doing voluntary paid for shopping as well. I would like to say a massive thank you to Morley Groundwork Trust and the volunteers that did all this work for the people of Morley throughout the lockdown and throughout 2020. I would also like to mention the great leadership of Adrian Curtis, who was not only responsible for the organisation of the support hub,
but also had to put up with people like myself and Councillor Finnegan, who were with questions and wanting information. I'm very pleased to put forward Molly Groundwork Trust to be a nominee for Community Organisation of the Year in the Lord Mayor's Compassionate City Awards. I have also nominated Rothwell Live at Home for the same awards. I'm hedging my bets into who will win. And again, I would like to compliment them on the great work and support they've provided during the pandemic, not only to people in Rothwell, but also to
Dawson.
Yes.
Sorry, time's up.
All right. Again, thank you to those two organisations, Molly Groundwork and Rothwell Live at Home.
Councillor Graham, Pauline Graham.
Unmute yourself.
Councillor Graham, you're on mute.
Right, I've done it now, sorry. Oh, I'll start again. It's been my privilege to chair the Outer East. I'm echoing because I'm next. It's been my privilege to chair the Outer East Community. I think, shall I come later on, Lord Mayor, and sort this out?
Councillor Gabriel.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, fellow councillors and ladies and gentlemen. First of all, Mayor, I wish you all a happy new year. It's only 13 days in the new year, so happy new year to everybody. I would like to begin by thanking my colleagues for the help and support they've given me as chair of the Community Committee. And I would like to extend my thanks to all the Community Committee care staff who have helped and guided us throughout the year. Inner South community is one of the most deprived areas of Leeds, but thankfully this has made us all quite resilient, and we also have a fantastic network of voluntary and third sector organisations. Once lockdown started last March, these wonderful organisations went into full overdrive and put their hands to the grindstone and started to volunteer to do all sorts of good things to help the community throughout these hard times. Back in March, we set up 3 community hubs, one for each ward. Hamara did Middleton, Involve did Riverside and Hunsley, and Slunglow did Beeston and Holbeck. These 3 organisations have worked tirelessly, helping and supporting the community, and have worked well with each other, as well as doing their day job. Like everybody else has said, they've been delivering food parcels and all sorts of stuff. I would like to go into a bit more detail about the good works that have been carried out in the last 10 months. Holbeck together have delivered over 11,000 hot meals to families and older people. Slunglow have been delivering over 300 food parcels per week. The Grand Mosque delivered helped 40 families in the city, 15 being in Leeds 11. Hamara did its day job as well as supporting and helping the community. Care Bingham Trust have delivered over 65 Sunday dinners every week. The Hunslet Club, we've helped to pay for a chef so that it can help feed its members as well as supporting the community. Trinity Network created and delivered monthly newsletters for all its members. Involved, as well as being the community hub, helped and supported young people. The ARC, activities to help and support young people get back into school. South Leeds Live at Home helped and supported older people, as well as doing shopping, and I itself indulged in a Christmas dinner with them. Belle Isle Tenants Management helped tenants who were in fuel poverty. As well as all these organisations, hundreds and hundreds of volunteers have given up their time to help and support others. We also have in Inner South several food banks, local food banks. South Leeds Community Church of Nazarene.
Councillor Gabriel, sorry.
Really? Oh, sorry. And I timed it myself. Thank you all very much for your help and support.
Thank you. Councillor Graham, are you ready now?
I hope so.
That's
Yep.
better. That sounds
Thank
better.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's been my privilege to chair the Outer East Community Committee in what has been a hard year. COVID-19 has impacted every single person in Leeds in a way no one could have ever really expected. It's been a significant challenge for everyone in the city, and the Outer East Community Committee has been no different. It's something I'm sure everyone, no matter which committee you are on, will join me in thanking Councillor Cooper and the officers who have worked so hard behind the scene to support us and our communities. This pandemic has meant we have had fewer meetings than we normally would, but that doesn't mean that the work has been any easier or any less. Like all the community committees in Leeds, it feels like we are at the front of the council's response to COVID-19. It's a real testament to the work members, officers and volunteers do that we were so well placed to react and provide the support we have done. It's the hard work and dedication that goes into being a member of a community committee that means that we know best where to spend the COVID discretionary fund in our local area. The work that our local volunteer hubs have done has been fantastic, and I know that in this difficult year, everyone will be keeping that work going. It has meant that all wards in the committee's area have been able to benefit from additional funding from the COVID-19 discretionary fund to help such groups and schemes as the Swarcliffe Good Neighbours Scheme, Crossgates and District Good Neighbours Scheme, Neighbourhood Elders Team, Hope, Micklefield Tenants and Residents Association, Garforth MHA, Rothwell Live at Home Scheme, Neighbourhood Elders Team and Kippax Parish Council. We are also supporting our youth service and local youth groups who deliver an excellent service to our young people in our committee area, and as a community committee we encourage and support as much local involvement from local people as possible. I think I speak for everyone when I welcome the news about mass vaccines being available this year. It's the light at the end of the tunnel that many people have needed, but I hope I speak for everyone as well when I say, before we get to that point, it's going to be a difficult year. I know that together we can all make the difference and help each other through these hard times, and I'm proud of the work that the Outer East Community Committee will do to support that. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Reagan.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd just like to start to say that this year has been unlike any we've seen before. It certainly was a different year for chairing the Inner East Community Committee. It has not been an easy time for anyone involved in the committee, and I'd like to start by thanking the committee members and the staff who administer the work, who have supported us throughout the year. It has been a real challenge, but I think everyone has gone well above and beyond to make sure we do what we need to do to support our communities in need. In particular, our officers from the community teams have rallied round and pulled together and made things happen in circumstances that have not got any easier. And this has involved all our local communities and our volunteers in those communities working and pulling together. The members of the committee have pulled together as well with volunteer work, checking on our vulnerable, helping at food banks, doing what else they need to be done to make these happen. This is on top of the normal work of the committee, which has never stopped. It at most only slowed as we, like most of the country, were getting crash courses in video calling and new ways of working. It's not been easy, and I'd like to thank everyone for their patience and preservation in this. All of Leeds has suffered under COVID, but Inner East has had high infection numbers, some of the highest in the city, in fact. At the start of the pandemic, it was meant that it was so important for everyone to do the work that they did to support the community. I'd like to just acknowledge and thank the work done by the Compton Community Hub, which worked with the Gitton and Harrells ward, the LS14 Trust, which was the hub that worked with the Killingbeck and Seacrest ward, and the Bermondsey Community Hub, the binary, that worked with Bermondsey and Richmond Hill community. These have worked consistently helping people who need something, including proving help to people who are self-isolating, need food, need supplies, all what other colleagues have already spoke about.
while still making sure that the day-to-day services were happening. It's truly heartwarming to see the community come together like this, to look out for one another, to support one another and get through this pandemic together. It's something that has been echoed across Leeds. It's staggering to think that this time last year we were all meeting here in the Civic Hall. But the last 10 months have been such a change that none of us could have predicted. Since March, it has been relentless and not always been easy to take a moment and look back on how far we have come and how much we have achieved. Unfortunately, as we move into the 2021, we know it's going to get worse before it gets better, even though we've got...
Reagan.
Thank you. I'll just finish on this sentence. So I'd just like to say positive that the community spirit we have since March will get even stronger during these difficult next months and
Reagan,
get us through the other side. Thank you.
Councillor Shizaz.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I would like to welcome the annual community committee report. Sorry, that's a technical failure. I think my laptop iPad went flying. Apologies for that, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, I would like to thank you. I would like to welcome the annual community committee report. As chair of the Inner North East Community Committee, I've been in a position to see how COVID-19 has impacted our communities in the wards of Roundhay, Moortown and Chapel Allerton. The COVID-19 pandemic has affected each and every one of us, some with devastating effect. Facing the worst pandemic in a century, we can be proud that it has brought out the best in our communities. I want to pay special thanks to my fellow members, our outstanding staff and volunteers who time and time again have gone above and beyond expectations to support those who have been affected by the pandemic. The impact of this pandemic was felt by all, from those that were struggling to survive on a day-to-day basis, and even those that would have been considered relatively well off prior to this pandemic. The lack of financial support from the government for many left many in a very vulnerable and helpless situation. Lord Mayor, I would like to mention some of the great work that has taken place in the Inner North East Community Committee, which has been funded and supported by the Community Committee in various ways to allow the third sector organisations and volunteers to step up where the government has failed. This has included food parcels, wages for COVID-19 relief work, equipment, freezers to store food, hot food distribution, fair share membership for food banks and various other support. I would like to pay a special thanks to our 3 hubs, the first one being Interact in the Moortown and Meanwood ward. In Chapel Allerton, we had a consortium under the name of Orion, which consisted of 4 third sector organisations, Feel Good Factor, Gentona, Zest and Space 2, and they were additionally supported by a 5th organisation, Touchstone, who have been pooling their resources together to assist with the COVID-19 work in Chapel Allerton. And in the Roundhay ward, we had St Edmund's Church, who were our hub. As Chapel Allerton has one of the areas that does suffer from a lot of deprivation, which is considered Chapel Town. And in that area, we've had an additional 2 new food banks being set up, one for culturally sensitive food under the name of New Horizon. And that has delivered culturally sensitive food parcels to over 100 families in the Inner North East area, especially concentrating in the Chapel Town ward and Chapel Allerton ward and Chapel Town area. Also, we've had CYDC, who have been running a food bank under the name Let's Eat Project from the Prince Philip Centre, specifically targeting families who are living in poverty. Touchstone has provided over 40,000 food packages to residents across the 3 wards in the Inner North East Community Committee. These packages included fresh and ambient food, milk and bread, and a range of healthcare products, as well as making sure that cultural requirements are provided. Yeah, I'll just finish. Each and every member of my team has risen to the challenge, demonstrating their experience, insight, sensitivity, and leadership to ensure our communities get the right level of support.
Councillor Patel.
Thank you. Yeah.
Councillor Patel.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Firstly, as I'm sure we all will, I'd like to thank officers and leadership for their continued support. I would also like to thank all the councillors in Inner West for their dedication and support to their communities. It seems strange that when we made this same speech last year, we hardly knew COVID-19 existed, and certainly not that it would entirely rewrite the year. I am, however, entirely overwhelmed by the work that's been done within Inner West on a committee level area and also on a ward level. I'm going to highlight some of it here, and if I could be indulged, put some really important thank yous on record. I'd like to record my thanks firstly to the community hubs and the staff and volunteers that run them. They stepped up at incredibly short notice and have been an invaluable lifeline for our communities. New Wortley Community Centre, Barker and Kirkstall Valley Development Trust, thank you so much for what you've done, and a special thank you for agreeing to all the different projects that we've come up with and supporting us. Our community has also had an incredible amount of support from a range of other third sector organisations. If I can give a special shout out to Peace Matters, St Mary's and St Andrews, Bramley Care Bears, Bramley Community Centre, Meeting Place at St Matt's, who have provided so much support. They have between them sent out thousands, and I mean literally, of food parcels on top of the official offer from council hubs. Our neighbourhood networks have smashed supporting our older populations. Through fear, loneliness and a loss of mobility, they've been there and done amazing work. A special shout out to Armley Helping Hands that did its neighbourhood network work and took on the hub work in Farnley and Wortley. It's amazing how organisations have stepped up. I'm also proud of what we've created in the last 10 months as councillors within the community committee, all of it based in direct response to the needs within our communities and alongside our third sector organisations. To give you a flavour, here are some of the bits we've done. We've set up a uniform exchange and sustainability programme, men's walking group, sewed nurses' caps, engaged in student changeover, redistributed tons of items across the city, a laptop drive, Leeds West Unwrapped to support indie businesses, winter swap shop and food drives. We've also been doing important, more official stuff too. So working alongside schools, setting up an award system to acknowledge what people have been doing, a third sector workshop to ensure our organisations stay afloat, and created an Inner West youth committee to support young people's voice in the area. Finally, and most importantly, a personal note from me. Every time I post anything on social media, be it to raise £1.5 grand for free school meals, to get coat hangers for the uniform exchange, to get drivers to do our last food parcels before Christmas, or sewers to sew a range of different items to go into our local hospitals, I have often been overwhelmed by how those living in Inner West and a few extras have joined in and responded. So for as much or as little as you've managed to contribute to our communities during this crisis, thank you so, so much, and we love you.
Thank you. Councillor Amanda Carter.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The scope of this report covers the last municipal year, which is part of a predated COVID-19, except for the last few months. So it'd be wrong really to not lead off with what an extremely challenging year it's been for all of us. It's been unprecedented. So many people have risen to the challenge, not just members, but officers and volunteers, and in particular community hubs who have worked so hard throughout this. In fact, you couldn't even write it, could you? We all know that it's been not possible to hold formal community meetings in the last months due to the pandemic. And in fact, we've only just recently moved back to full meetings, thank goodness. The consultative forums did enable us to continue with wellbeing grants, but having full committee and not having to work so remotely, this is to get on with the job and deal with a larger agenda. I do hope that this lockdown will not last for much longer. We experience difficult decisions that we have to make remotely, and it's really hard to do that because when you're meeting person to person, you get a feel for what's going on. Hopefully the vaccinations will become widely available soon and we can get back to meeting person to person, which will be a great relief to me, seeing as I'm not technically endowed. The annual report before us illustrates the good work that we can all do in our communities. And I want to cite a really good example here that was started by Councillor Simon Seary and Councillor Trish Smith. And they've been calling for businesses and individuals to donate old laptops, which are then being refurbished by Pudsey Computers and sent to schools to be distributed to pupils who need them. And I'm very pleased to say that we're rolling out this over all 3 wards in the Outer West community now. So a big thank you to all those volunteers who have helped to put that together, and especially to those 2 Pudsey councillors. What is good about community committees is that local councillors who know where the issues are and they know where the funding needs to be directed can do this through community committees. However, there is still far too much central control and not enough trust being given to local members in the local community committees. Personally, I'd like to see a lot less applications from council services for these resources and instead more emphasis on providing the funds to local groups to run schemes as opposed to supporting existing council functions. My Lord Mayor, it has been so challenging this last period, and the support that we've received from the Outer West Committee officers has been absolutely outstanding. And I want to thank them all on behalf of the ward members. Also, many other officers across the council who have also risen to that challenge, and everyone who has supported me personally. I want to thank you. It has not been easy. It's been extremely difficult, and we know that you've been working extremely hard.
Councillor Carter.
Thank you. I'll just finish my sentence, Lord Mayor, because I would like to thank you, because most Lord Mayors, after 1 year, have absolutely had enough and they're exhausted. And yet here you are with another year. So well done and thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Arrington.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. As Chair of Outer North East Community Committee, I'm really pleased that this report for the 2019-20 period is before us today. Community committees are a direct way that elected members can get positively involved in the grassroots of their local communities. The Outer North East in particular can sometimes feel remote and distant from what is going on in the city centre. And the committee is a way of bringing the council into the community. It has been vital, as colleagues have already said, to maintain those relationships throughout the last 10 months, albeit virtually. And I would like to thank all officers across the council and in the community committee support groups and members for their actions in facilitating this. Sitting on the Health and Wellbeing Board, one aspect close to my heart is that of getting and keeping Leeds residents active, both the young and the old. The projects that come before the committee allow us to tailor how we do that, and we look forward to getting back to a more normal way of life in the not too distant future. Take, for example, in my neighbouring ward, Harewood, the community committee funded tea time tennis for local children. The event was well attended, and it wasn't just about teaching the sport to the children. We also can tie in with the national organisations such as the Lawn Tennis Association, who want to break the stereotype that tennis is for the elite and help find the next Johanna Konta or Andy Murray. But for Leeds, this goes much deeper. While having fun, the children also learned about teamwork, practice their social skills and gain confidence. Skills that will last well beyond the tennis sessions and skills that will benefit our city as they grow up. The community committee obviously has a real role to play in encouraging adults and children to stay active for as long as they can. And the Children's Park at Deepdale in Boston Spa has only recently been renamed the Gerald Wilkinson Park in memory of our dearly departed council colleague, Councillor Gerald Wilkinson. Also, my Lord Mayor, if I may, I would like to pass on my thanks to the council staff, the volunteer organisations such as WISE and Maycare in the Outer North East, Wetherby and District Food Bank, and all of the other local parish councils and local support groups, and the volunteers who stepped up in March last year as the significance of the pandemic became apparent. It's gratifying to know that people volunteered in their droves right at the outset to help their neighbours. Even if this did cause 1 or 2 issues where the systems weren't ready, those were quickly overcome. I would rather have too many volunteers than not enough on any day of the week. And as we heard, the community committee network across the whole city played a vital role in the COVID response, and long may we continue to serve our vibrant and diverse city. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Wadsworth.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I would like to comment on the Community Committee report for 2019-20. That runs up to May 2020, which at that point we were only a couple of months into this current pandemic. And I would also like to remind members in future speeches that this year has another half of the year to run, so they may save some of their speeches to next year. With regards to that, Lord Mayor, you're smiling. I guess that smile is in agreement. However, I would just like to take a few seconds to thank all the staff and all the volunteers of all the hubs in our area that stepped up to the plate with no warning, no training and no experience to actually deliver food, prescriptions and well-being things to local residents, not just elderly residents, but all residents, and have continued to carry on with that and will continue, I'm sure, as long as is necessary. I am hoping it will not be long, but fearing it could be quite a while. I would also like to thank all the senior officers that have left the council in communities team. There has been a number, and their experience and knowledge will be greatly missed in years to come. For my own community committee, I would like to thank the chairs of the subgroups. The subgroups have not been able to meet as often as they would have liked this year, but have met when required and have carried out their duties very diligently as usual. The report is quite lengthy, 26 pages, and there's only really 2 pages of relevance, I feel, to community committees. There's a lot of general information, but it's the pages around the community voice and influence that interest me, and the youth summits, which have been the highlight of the year, certainly for the Outer North West Community Committee, which were able to go ahead last year. This year there was a proposal to do them virtually, and I note today from an email that they have now had to be postponed, and that is very, very sad, because they did allow young people to both engage with local democracy and give us an awful lot of information about how they would like money to be spent. Various exercises were done with them to find out how they wanted money to be spent, and that was extremely useful, and that will be missed in the future. The second page is my local page for Outer North West, which last year, I believe, Lord Mayor, I did yoga on the page. I had to speak for 3 minutes about yoga. So I'm quite pleased that it's Bands in the Park that has been chosen this year for me to talk about. When you look at the picture, because a picture tells 1,000 words, doesn't it? We have a brass band playing in a park. Well, we haven't had people being able to pick up a trumpet since March, never mind play in a park. And there doesn't appear to be any social distancing. I think if this picture was taken today, Lord Mayor, all these people would be fined at least £200 for not social distancing. So it does show how the world has moved on. We did fund the Bands in the Park in 2019, which took place. We also funded them in 2020, which unfortunately didn't take place.
Sorry, Councillor Wordsworth, time up.
Thank you. We have renewed the funding for 2021, and I look forward to inviting you, all your future Lord Mayor, to the... Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Goldson, before Councillor Goldson speak, can I remind member, please, to mute your mics, please. Councillor Goldson.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. First of all, I'd like to pay tribute to the organisations and, of course, the council staff who have enabled the response to the COVID pandemic over the past few months, and the coordination which has been offered by our community teams. One of the things that I wanted to concentrate on, Lord Mayor, is there's been a lot of talk when we have our COVID reports about the resilience of businesses to enable them to continue. And we need to remember that, of course, a lot of the services which are delivered in our localities are done through social enterprises, which themselves are businesses. And one of the things that we've tried to focus on as councillors in Outer South is looking at those organisations and thinking about making sure that our COVID response is making sure that they have greater sustainability to enable them to carry on doing the good work that they do already with a better base. So one of the things that we've done with our neighbourhood network in Rothwell, Lord Mayor, is we've recognised that they were taken to the brink in terms of their resources as an organisation in coordinating our volunteer and food distribution network early on in the pandemic. And we've helped them to invest in their recruitment of volunteers, taking advantage of those that were coming forward as part of the pandemic, but also about extending their membership so that when they come out of this emergency, they will have a much better basis upon which to deliver their services even better, but also, of course, to raise that income which they haven't been able to achieve this year because they have been socially distancing from those people who want to benefit from their services. And one of the things that we've also initiated in our area, Lord Mayor, is making sure that when bids are coming in to our community committee, that we ensure that the outputs from those bids are delivered by
locally based organisations, and it's not a matter of citywide social businesses coming into our area and offering to do something to us. It's more about enabling us to do more for ourselves in our communities, and therefore we have a much better outcome for the money that we're investing into local activity. So thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Lamb.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, as has been referred to, this is the Community Committee report for 2019-20. I've been proud to be part of the Outer North East Community Committee. We have a fantastic team of members, some brilliant officers, and the power of community committees should never be underestimated. The partnership that we have, and I suspect every member has, of really highly respected members who have a great knowledge of their local areas, the parish councils, the officer teams, the voluntary groups in our communities, the business community across our district, and all of the other public sector organisations, the police, the health partnerships, and many others that come together really do add a huge amount of value to our communities. And I think there's a lesson for the whole council that it is something we should be investing more in at a time of financial difficulties. Actually, a pound given to the community committees goes so much further than a pound left in the centre. And I think the more we can look to do with community committees and through them, it can only be better for the council, corporate, and for the people of our city as a whole. Lord Mayor, I particularly want to pay tribute to the two chairs that we had of our community committee in 2019-20. My friend and ward colleague, Councillor Harrington, has done a remarkable job since stepping in at short notice. We're all incredibly proud of her. And she has been a real star for our area and a great ambassador for the whole district and for the city. Lord Mayor, also, as Councillor Harrington mentioned, we sadly during 2019 and 20 lost our great friend, Councillor Gerald Wilkinson. There still isn't a day that goes by when I don't think about Gerald. I still miss him dearly. And one of the things that we've been working hard on is to finish one of the final projects that he was working on, which was to upgrade the playground at Deepdale Community Park. And I'm really proud that working with my colleagues, with his family, with community groups and the parish council, we have renamed the park after Gerald, the Gerald Wilkinson Park. And I think that's a really fitting tribute to someone who contributed so much and really, really embraced the spirit of community committees. So there is so much other work that I'm sure colleagues will touch on that we did across 2019-20 and all the great work that's been done this year. Particular thanks to Wise in our area, who've done a brilliant job through the pandemic. Again, it's been a real privilege to work with them, and also to our local schools who have been pleased to work with, particularly trying to get laptops as quickly as possible to families that need them. So there's so much more that we could say, Lord Mayor, but it's been another fantastic, if challenging year. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Corrin.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I must confess I'm only just getting over the disappointment of Councillor Wadsworth not showing us his downward dog live over Zoom this year, but perhaps we'll be back to yoga next year. This is, of course, the report for community committees 2019-2020, and like Councillor Lamb, I want to also say a huge thanks and congratulations to Councillor Norma Harrington, who has been a phenomenal chair, who has led us. We're quite a robust team in the Outer North East, and she has led and chaired us with vigour and grace, and so huge thanks. But of course, I must also pay tribute to Councillor Gerald Wilkinson, our previous chair, who was just a giant for me, both within the Outer North East, but actually within the council too. And it would be wrong, given the time frame of this report, not to mention that. This year, which obviously the report straddles a period, is like unlike any other, and colleagues have said that. I want to make special mention of a number of organisations within Outer North East, particularly within my own Old Woodley ward, of a number of organisations who have not just stepped up to the plate, but they've crunched the plate into the ground and just been irreplaceable in terms of what they have done here within the area. Organisations like Maycare, one of our partners, who have not just supported their own elderly clients during COVID and lockdown, but also those who are isolating, those who are vulnerable. They've been there for them in a whole myriad of ways. Our amazing faith communities. We're blessed in Old Woodley to be very strongly represented by our faith communities, and all of them, again, have stepped into the breach in myriad different ways. Organisations like Lingfield Living Local, Moortown West Community Association, even though it's called Moortown, it's squarely based in Old Woodley, and some of the work they have done this year, from getting food packages out to people, to working with me and council colleagues doing litter picks, to Halloween events, of course, making sure that Santa Claus visited Old Woodley just a few weeks ago. I realise that's out of scope of report, but it's still important. So many organisations, so many people in Old Woodley and around the city who are showing.
Councillor Cohen, sorry.
I may just finish with this sentence like everyone else has, showing that in a world where you can be anything, please be kind. That's what I've seen this year, and it's been truly heartwarming. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor David Blackburn.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As it was said, this is a report for 2019-20, but of course, the last 3 months of 2019-20 was the beginning of the pandemic. And I think how community committees reacted in that time, and how the hubs and the organisations in my ward, we have, the hub was run by Armley Helping Hands, and we have New Farnley and Moortop Neighbourhood Action. What they did was remarkable. It was something we've never done before in living memory, and everybody responded. I think it is a credit to the community committees and to those organisations. I just hope that when everything is okay again, maybe the end of this year or next year, that they're not forgotten, those organisations, because the fact is we need them, and they need to be funded properly in the future. And that's my concern, that as we get further away, that will be forgotten, because if something like this happens again, we will need them definitely. But they have done a wonderful job, and not just the ones in my ward, but across this city. I think it has been remarkable, and I have got to say, it proves the fact that the best way to do lots of things is through a community committee, and let's devolve a bit more power to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Anderson, Barry Anderson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm speaking as the chair of both the environmental and community subgroups within the Outer Northwest. But can I first start just talking and giving special thanks to 3 groups in particular: Opal, the Bramhope group that was set up, and also the group that set itself up in Poole Village, which was led through a lot of the time by the Methodist Church in the area, but there was great community spirits going on there. But again, to talk out of scope of the report, problems that have come up this year that we need to address relatively quickly is that, as the chair of the environment and community subgroups, I haven't been kept up to date, neither have some of the members been kept up to date on the environmental impacts that it came about because of social isolation and the illnesses of staff. If officers had spoken to us, we might have been able to look at some service reductions in order to help. but they chose not to come and talk to us about the local priorities. I would, however, say that this criticism is not levelled at a strategic level, where Councillor Rafiq and James Rogers kept me fully informed at a strategic level all times throughout the years. So there is no problems there. The only notable exception has actually been Gully Cleansing, who have done exceptionally well in keeping us informed when there was problems and how they were getting on in doing things. The other point I'd make is about the community safety. We're still got problems having our partnership meetings. Recently, the major problem has been that they keep using Skype, and hardly anybody is able to sign into the Skype system that the police are using in the outer northwest. But we still have problems as well in that there are personal issues that we as councillors need to be advised on, but we cannot be told about them at these police meetings, and we need to look for a solution to it. Most recently, LASBAC did give me a detailed briefing on something, and then another partner organisation dared to criticise them because they told me what they told me, which was a bit not very acceptable. But to go on something else, we've just recently signed a devolution deal as a council. I now think it's time for further devolution down into community committees. Let's talk about what could be achieved by devolving things down, because COVID has proved how great the community committees are, how great the community chairs are, and the local councillors in terms of working to get things. Finally, on a positive note, I would like to highlight the successful workshop that we held on environmental issues this year, which was universally accepted as a good thing to do. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Buckley.
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. And it's interesting that three of my colleagues have come just before me here, because I'd like to just echo some remarks by Councillor Lamb and Councillor Cohen and Councillor Anderson, especially about delegating funds to community committees, and also Councillor Lamb's remarks about our dear friend Gerald Wilkinson, of course. Now, community committees have been rightly praised today, right across the board actually, quite rightly so, and I would echo those remarks. And I just wanted to make a point here that if some money, I'll speak about it in a minute, had actually been devolved to community committees, as it happened right at the end of 2019-20, £250,000 which has been spent might actually have been spent on something a little bit better. If we all cast our minds back to last March, as everybody has been talking about, the government, in the advent of the COVID situation, launched a great campaign, a public information campaign, and it basically said, you must stay 2 meters apart, 6 feet apart. That is the message. And whatever you think about that message, it's been one of the most successful campaigns. Everybody knows it. By about May, everybody knew the message. Nobody didn't know it. But in December, the administration installed 3,931 metal posts, 8 feet high, at 954 sites, at a cost in materials alone of £183,000. Now, these metal posts, concreted into the ground, have a small metal sign at the top of the pole saying, keep 6 feet apart, 2 meters. They're actually too high to see and too small to read. But crucially, everybody already knew the message. They'd known it for 8 months. It's on TV, it's on radio, it's all in the newspapers, every hour of every day. We know the message, but the almost 4,000 poles went up. And when administration and labour costs are included in the whole thing, it will have cost £250,000. Now, my point, Lord Mayor, is that if community committees had had this money delegated to them, they could, as my colleagues have said, have directed this to the neighbourhood networks, which they work so closely with. And this could have actually gone efficiently towards helping poorer people who desperately need it in these times. Instead, I'm sorry to say, this £250,000 has effectively been poured down the drain. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As everybody said, I think we're in difficult times, and it hasn't been possible for community committees to work in the old way. I think all the community committees have adapted, and continue to speak up for their local community. In that regard, North West Outer is no exception, and I'd emphasise their comments regarding the controlling group's proposal to close Ellergill Waste Transfer Station. This they discussed at some length, but couldn't find any logical reason for the proposal. I'm not going to take Council's time by mentioning all the community groups in Otley and Yeadon Ward who stepped up to help. Quite frankly, there are too many of them. So I would say a blanket thank you to all. And as Councillor Blackburn and others have said, the pandemic's shown that if you trust a community, they can deliver. And it's a reason to give more power and resources to community committees rather than to continue the practice of reducing those powers. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. May I also share my thanks for the work that's done by officers, for our excellent chair, Councillor Norma Harrington, and also for our colleague, Gerald Wilkinson. I often think in these times that Gerald would have been incredibly bored not being able to get out on the golf course with the restrictions under COVID. I have no idea what he would have filled his time with, given he also served on something like 27 committees. I think he would have been thrown out of the house by his wife and told to go for a long walk. In 2019-20, the community committee in the Harewood ward helped deliver a number of incredibly important schemes. We helped fund riding for the disabled equipment. We also helped make sure that we protected more public rights of way. We introduced more bins and new bins in the area, bins that have been very well used as more people have gone out and enjoyed rural spaces for walks through the COVID crisis. We've helped to fund work at Chippy's Quarry and the Friends of Chippy's Quarry group. Now, Chippy's Quarry isn't technically in the Harewood ward, but it falls on the border between Crossgates and Winmore, and we've partnered together. And I think that that's a really powerful example of community committees working together and members from different wards of different political parties coming together to help community groups and shared goals. And I hope that long may that continue, not just in 2021, but beyond. Also, we sought to help fund the Barwick Maypole Festival. Now, this is a festival that occurs every 3 years. It's incredibly important to the community. It's part of the history of the community, the fabric of the area, and the Lord Mayor is often invited to that. And it would have been a crying shame if the Lord Mayor wasn't able to attend this year through COVID. And I understand that they're rearranging it. And when that takes place in the future, the Lord Mayor will be invited. So I hope that the first citizen of Leeds can be present at the future Maypole Festival. It would be remiss of me to not also mention the Tea Time Tennis project that was quoted by Councillor Harrington. This is a brilliant way of engaging young people in healthy, active lifestyles and starting at a really early age to encourage them to engage with other people, to take part in team sports, but also to be healthy. And it's been incredibly popular. And my thanks to Jill Stevenson, who organised the funding application, but along with her colleagues on the committee, has really championed this and taken it to heart. And I think she's done a fabulous job. Finally, I would like to thank all of our parish councils. I know that we'd reviewed the Town and Parish Council Charter in the past. It's a great asset to our area in the Outer North East that we have so many parish councils who seek to engage with us. And I wish to thank them for their involvement and working with the community committee. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. It's my pleasure to speak today on the Leeds Community Committee's annual report for 2019-20. Pay tribute to the fantastic work the committees do throughout the city. For anyone reading the report, it's easy to see the sheer diversity of events, seeking to reach every resident right across the city, the enormous number of volunteer and community groups that are supported. Whilst acknowledging the great work carried out throughout the city, I would like to pay particular attention to my own community committee, the Outer West, and highlight some of our own initiatives. Throughout 2019, we've funded waste bins, grit bins, SIDS, notice boards, parking buddies, skips, various youth activities, and we've even helped teach children to swim. In addition to this, we've supported our various community groups, including our fabulous In Bloom team, and of course, Christmas lights. Once the pandemic became evident, however, we immediately identified and worked with third sector partners and volunteer groups, arranged the funding to ensure all residents were able to access food, prescriptions, and everything else that they required, including more recently, as mentioned by Councillor Amanda Carter, computers for the children to be able to work from home. At this point, I'd like to offer sincere thanks to all officers who have worked so hard with us and the full flexibility that they've afforded us as well, and the challenges that they've faced in their own right. I'd like to thank our schools, I'd like to thank our care homes, and I'd like to thank every one of our residents. I'd also like to thank just a few of our other third sector and volunteer groups: Pudsey Community Project, Swinner Community Centre, Bramley Elderly Action, Armley Helping Hands, Carvely Rotary Club, Farsley and Pudsey Live at Home schemes, and Leeds Samaritans. We all know that so many of us have struggled throughout this pandemic, and the help needs to be there for everybody. There are so many community groups and individuals who took up the mantle. They stepped up right across our communities, and we were and we continue to be truly blessed. 2020 was certainly challenging, but we still managed to fund several Mini Breeze family days. The Greatest Show was a huge success and much appreciated by so many. Various youth activities which took place outdoors, boxed activities and treats which were delivered to residents, both families and the elderly, to keep them occupied and to keep them safe at home. It's certainly been very, very challenging times. In summary, my Lord Mayor, I applaud the great works carried out by each of the community committees throughout the city. I look forward to whatever future challenges we may all face, and I'm certain our community committees, community volunteers, and third sector partners will all face them head on. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Firth.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. And further to what all colleagues have said, what a year it's been and how quickly it's gone. Why? Because there haven't been those major events that we've all had planned before March that didn't take place. And as a result, while some of us have been working, you know, those key workers who've been working their absolute everything off to be able to deliver for us to be able to carry on in some way, shape or form our normal lives in the current circumstances, it has been an amazing effort to see the fact that now we hopefully with a vaccine can come out the other side. But talking about 2019-20, I think that the one thing that colleagues have talked about is those projects that we did fund that maybe we've forgotten or they seem a long time ago. The fact that when it comes to the tea time tennis has been mentioned by two of my colleagues in Shadwell, or even the junior cricket coaching, or the intervention that Harewood and Wetherby ward members took when unfortunately our youth activities programme couldn't be funded elsewhere. So we stepped in to help coordinate and run it and had a fantastic time in getting to see some of the kids really get the opportunities with sport to really take the bull by the horns and enjoy keeping fit and keeping healthy. Something that now, obviously, we would now be absolutely taking for granted before. And the biggest thing I also think we need to remember is what's actually we've missed out on. We've missed out on that social interaction. And that's where some of the vital organisations in our communities have really stepped in. One of the biggest events I want to just mention very quickly that our communities were really planning to go hell for leather to really celebrate was VE Day. Some of you may remember that VE Day, the bank holiday, had been moved to the 8th of May, the day after the local elections were supposed to take place. And on that day, projects were planned, from Thorner organising a major dinner in their Victory Hall, celebrating, the Victory of Europe Day, or even as far as the galas that were going to take place in Scholes for Barrack and Scholes, or even looking as well to that in Shadwell, where they were organising tea parties, etc. And these things all couldn't take place, but organisations without any hesitance stepped in. And the biggest of those was Wetherby in support of the elderly, an organisation that before covered part of our ward and the whole of the Wetherby ward, but got the whole responsibility for the biggest ward, which I believe is the biggest ward in West Yorkshire, never mind Leeds, in our ward, the Harewood ward. And Wise took on that job. We were able to fund them through some of the community committee funding that we've talked about, through wellbeing, and also make sure that they had provided fantastic service. So streamlined that when we had those weekly meetings, in the end, we realised that we didn't need to have them as often because it was running like clockwork. And we can't thank enough Mark and the team at Wise for what they've done, but also the local teams that took place that came from nowhere, of local volunteers. Thank you very much to all those in Thorner, Barrack and Scholes and the rest of our villages for what they've done. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Sherman. Councillor Sherman. Can I move on to Councillor Orley?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Like a number of areas of Leeds, Wheatwood is probably not seen by many as one community. It's diverse and has very different communities and different needs within its bounds. Yet during the last year, Wheatwood has pulled together and we've seen fantastic community spirit. I'd like to mention organisations such as Opal, St Paul's Island Wood, St Chad's Church Headingley, Meanwood Valley Partnership, Kids in Camps, and the SVP, who've all done a fantastic job in making sure the needs of the people have been looked after during the pandemic, as also has Leon and the team from the Cardigan Centre in supporting the youth in the area. Our localities officer, Marcia Cunningham, deserves mention. It's her first year with Leeds City Council and she's done an outstanding job in coordinating these efforts and ensuring that we make best use of our resources. And I would like to thank her for all her work. As we all desperately look towards for the end of this pandemic, I look forward to seeing what more we can achieve for the communities of Wheatwood in better times. And I would like to commend Councillor Cohen for reminding us that we do all need to pull together, and in doing so, need to be kind. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Dawes.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. First of all, like many of my colleagues before me, I'd like to pay tribute to the voluntary groups and organisations within my ward. I'll single out the two that I have personal involvement with, and that's AVSED and Otley Action for Older People. As soon as the pandemic hit, they were right out the blocks, looking after the local community and adapting and developing as times grew on and became more and more challenging. And I think the work they do is absolutely stunning, and the community would not have survived in the way it has done without them. So a big thank you to them. My colleague, Councillor Campbell, and other councillors have also mentioned about devolution of more decision making to local, to the community committees. And one of the local facilities that's under threat, Councillor Campbell mentioned Ella Gill, we've also got Chippendale Swimming Pool, which is under threat, but we've also got the Leeds Sailing Activity Centre, which, whilst it's located within my ward at Yeadon Tarn, its facilities are used by many young people throughout the Leeds North West Community Committee area. But also, in fact, they're used throughout Leeds, so all councillors might like to be aware of this issue. There are many young people that enjoy learning and participating in open water-based activities who have disabilities, and this is the only centre within Leeds that caters for them. Indeed, the facilities for those with disabilities are absolutely excellent. Also, there is a high number of people from ethnic and minority backgrounds that learn water safety and confidence at the Leeds Sailing Activity Centre. My real concern is that they will not have anywhere else to go if it does close, and that Leeds City Council potentially are unfairly discriminating against these groups. So this is not just a local issue, but a Leeds-wide one. And whilst the service is currently running at a small loss, even in these challenging times, I believe the benefits of the centre far outweigh those costs. And if we had facilities locally to decide on more of the funding issues, this is one of the services that I think, would ensure continued. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Caroline Anderson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My comments can actually be applied to any year of the community committee work. But first of all, I would like to pay tribute to my councillor colleague, Pat Latty. Pat, as many people will know, is stepping down from council in May. And she has done a marvellous job with the children and the young people throughout the outer northwest area. So thank you, Pat, for what you've done for those children. Hopefully they will remember what excellent times they've had when they've come along to your events. In terms of the community committee itself, what I'd like to talk about is the housing advisory panels. Whilst although they are not part of the community committee, I think that if they were, it would increase public participation in the community committees. There's a lot of crossover between what the housing advisory panels do and what the community committees do in terms of the funding. So in community committee, we look at a lot of funding applications, and in the HAPs, we look at funding applications which tenants have put forward. For people that have not been involved in a housing advisory panel, it's money that's available to tenants, and it comes from their rents, and they can put forward suggestions as to what they might do within their area to improve things. And there's been a lot of really good stuff come forward to the HAP. But we could ring fence that money and put it into the community committee pot, and the tenants could come along to the meetings and tell us about the projects that they would like to see happening. And I think that would increase the involvement within the community committees of tenants and other residents in the area, because not all of the HAP funding is just for council tenants, although it's their money. Other people can actually get the benefit of things like we've put in a lot of bird fence posts to stop people parking on grass verges around the council areas, and that's been really, really helpful to the people who live there because it's improved the environment for them. There's also duplication of officer actions as well. The housing managers come along to the housing advisory panels and tell us about the performance of housing, and they can do the same at the community committee. And I think that that would be a good way of encompassing it all together. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I'll call on Councillor Cooper to sum up.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I was expecting another speaker before I came in and summed up. So thank you to everybody that's contributed to the report and speaking on the report today at council. I have to say that ordinarily it's community committee chairs that make comment on these reports. So I'm really pleased that many opposition members of council have decided to make comments as well on the work of the community committees, because it's not always been seen that way by members of the opposition, I've got to say. Indeed, I remember a time when community committee reports were seen as wasting councillors' time in full council. So I'm really pleased that you've come round to our way of thinking, and that communities are one of the most important things that we deal with as a council. I couldn't possibly respond to nearly 30 speakers on that report, Lord Mayor. So I just intend to pick a few points out to note with. And in particular, to recognise that the way that virtually every councillor that spoke mentioned and was really grateful for the work of the volunteers and the volunteer hubs and the voluntary organisations within their local areas to be able to respond to the need that was really starkly shown to us at the beginning of March last year, I have to say. And just a point of note, really, that the annual report, as some people have said, was for 1920, but part of that was the pandemic as well, and also that it was delayed because of the lockdowns that we've had over that last year, and we weren't able to bring it any sooner. So it's fairly historical as a report, and really important that community committees actually can say at full council the work they've been doing during the response to COVID for this year. So yes, so I also would like to pay tribute to all of those people that volunteered and everything that happened. I think just to make a point to Councillor Buckley, that if everybody knew the message that the government was giving, why have some of the members of the government themselves and Dominic Cummins not taken any notice of it? You know, just to make that point here. I think another point about meetings, that our officers have gone over and above to ensure that community committee meetings have taken place, and they've also been taking place live on YouTube to ensure that members of the community can engage with their community committee chairs and members as well. So I'm really pleased, and thanks to all for all the work on that, I've got to say. I know that each and every one of you and all of the chairs have gone above and beyond volunteering during the past year and all of the pandemic, but I really just want to pay tribute to one person in particular, and that would be our very own Councillor Hannah Bithell, who has been recognised nationally for her work during this last year, and particularly over the period of the pandemic, and she even won the National Councillor of the Year for COVID Hero. So thank you, Hannah, very well deserved. Please, all of you, keep up the good work, and I look forward to next year's report.
Thank you. I'll now ask members to vote in respect of the recommendation within the report. If any members wish to vote against or abstain, could you please say so, else I'll take your silence for agreement. Thank you, that's been carried. We'll move on to item 8, climate emergency. Councillor Mulherrin.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm delighted to be moving the Climate Emergency Advisory Committee's annual reports. As all members of Council will know, we declared a climate emergency in March 2019 with the ambition of being carbon neutral by 2030. The Climate Emergency Advisory Committee was created specifically to address the true extent of this challenge. As a cross-party initiative, it's highlighted that politics aside, we all need to work together to address the most critical issue we face on the planet. I would like to thank committee members and officers for their contributions in the main meetings and through the many working groups, and in particular thank Polly Cook as Chief Officer and the Chair, my colleague, Councillor Neil Walshaw, for leading the work of the committee and the evidence it has considered from a broad range of voices in the city. CEAC meetings have opened up the opportunity for the whole breadth of organisations in Leeds to participate in discussions, as well as to present their own views and findings. Through its work, the committee has heard from university academics presenting their research, property developers, businesses, telling us what the impact of the climate emergency is on them and how they are adapting their business in response to it, transport providers, and the Leeds Citizens Jury on the climate emergency, who presented the findings of their extensive work on what we should be doing to respond. Interested members of the public have also been involved through the open forum, offering their inputs, and even after the pandemic led to meetings having to be hosted remotely, we've continued to be able to engage with members of the public through the open forum. As we know, the pandemic has required us all as individuals, in businesses and communities to evaluate our daily activities and to explore new ways in which we can connect, reducing the need for travel, and has shown what is possible when organisations, communities and individuals respond to a crisis. The committee's work has considered examples of good practice, for instance, through the creation of the Developers Forum, sharing ways in which some developers like Situ are responding positively to the climate emergency, taking action now and proving that doing so does not make their developments unviable. It's essential that we hear more from those demonstrating best practice here in our own city and examples of best practice elsewhere that we can consider developing further to benefit our own communities here in Leeds, with improved health outcomes, better standards of living and safer communities being amongst the added benefits alongside reducing carbon emissions. It is evident that there is an awful lot more work to be done to reach our 2030 targets, and the extent of that challenge is becoming clearer all the time. But we make no apology for being ambitious and working in partnership to meet scientific evidence-led targets. We are proud to say that we are leading by example as a council, and that we are supporting and encouraging other big organisations in our city to do likewise. We know that we face continued uncertainty caused by the current health pandemic in the months ahead, but that will not deter us from meeting the challenges of the climate emergency. And I'm delighted to say that next month we will see a report brought to Executive Board, which will provide a further update on the city's emission reductions, progress made, and the challenges that we are facing as we move ahead. Thank you, Lord Mayor. I move the report.
Thank you. Councillor Walshaw to second.
Second, Lord Mayor, and reserve the right to speak.
Councillor Buckley.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Lord Mayor. And firstly, may I also thank Polly and Harriet and all the officers for all the work that they've done. It's been a fascinating experience to sit on this committee. And whilst I'm at it, I ought to just thank Councillor Collins for her chairing of the biodiversity subgroup. They always finish late, so she's very enthusiastic on that. She's very good. And I think also it's worth saying that every councillor on the committee, in his or her own way, has been fully engaged in the process. And it's been an extremely positive thing. Now, last year has seen a dramatic increase in air quality, but for all the wrong reasons. COVID has been truly horrible, and the results have been malign. But one tiny silver lining to all this has been the huge improvement, ironically, in air quality and emissions. Global emissions are down by around 10%, and they're massively down here at home, probably by a similar or a bigger figure. This is a big number, it's really significant. Commercial energy consumption is down, there are fewer cars on the roads, hardly anybody is flying. These things all contribute. And here in Leeds, the private electric van scheme will be successful. The council's all-electric vans policy is correct, and district heating will further help towards the 2045 UK 100 target. If I have time, I'll come back to that later on. The White Rose Forest requires 100% commitment. I think that's agreed. And the whole subject of the tree planting project is not necessarily going as well as it might. And my colleagues might have something further to say about that. But every sensible person in the city will support these aims and these policies. Now, transport is a big problem area. Developing a proper medium-term plan for buses, trains and mass transit, it's not really possible at all until restrictions have been finished and until we know which profound changes to people's working habits will have taken place. As things stand now, 50% of trains, for example, are already planned for the Axe. And on active travel, we need to be careful not to alienate all car drivers, because as things turn out at the moment, quite a few of these car drivers are actually poorer than average. And we need to also be careful that the schemes don't create more jams and blockages.
Councillor Buckley.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. If I can just add one further sentence very, very quickly. We do need a green recovery. We do need it. But first of all, we need a recovery. And if it's green, so much the better. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Barry Anderson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As Councillor Walshaw said in the public press comment he's made about this particular report, that there is more work to be done. And I would totally agree and endorse the comment he's made. So what are the sort of things that I would like to see moving forward? Well, at the moment, I don't think we are talking to everybody in the city as we stand. We've made really good start in that we've got a number of people who are really interested. But to be quite frank, these are the people who are interested in climate change anyway. So we need to start addressing those parts of the city that we're not quite touching, or I won't go into the lager advert, but you know where I'm coming from in terms of that one. There's also confusion over the date that everything's happening, because they hear, and Councillor Walshaw is usually very great at explaining this one. You've got the government going for 2050, and then you've got various other dates that are around that. And that's confusing the public. That's not necessarily just the council's fault. I'm just talking about generally. There's so many dates being put out in the public domain, it is difficult to do so. And also, I am concerned that there's been no formal scrutiny of the climate change. We had a good start. Councillor Walshaw, I think, attended 2 meetings at the beginning of the year. So we had a great start. But since then, there's been nothing brought back to us. There's no proposals to bring back the report that Councillor Mulhern mentioned beforehand. And as Councillor Cooper will tell you, look, the scrutiny board really are good at doing pre-decision inquiries. So there could have been additional, and I'll come back to that in a minute. There are also no measurable outcomes, and maybe we should start putting some measurable outcomes. We also need to look at our transport strategy. It's very good if you live in the city centre and the inner core. It's not been too good at hitting the other parts of the city which are further away and have greater car dependency on them as to how we're going to work with those particular communities. So we need to start also identifying some quick wins to get all of the population on side with us. So getting back to scrutiny, what would scrutiny bring? Well, I think the scrutiny board would bring all political groups except the MBIs can then contribute to developing the evidence-based recommendation, because not every group is represented on the climate change advisory group. It would also help to support improvements and provide public assurance on the direction that it's going. It would also test assumptions in the development of the various action plans. It would secure political buy-in. It would provide challenge. It would explore the implications of decisions that have been made as to whether or not they're right and whether more funding should be put into those ones. So overall, Lord Mayor, I think it's a good start by the Climate Advisory Group, but there is more that can be done. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Golson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Well, to carry on a theme, the Climate Advisory Group is very good at discussing climate change, and it has a membership which is very well versed and has done lots of research and understands the concepts that are being discussed. However, it hasn't done a very good job at advising the rest of the city either what the council is intending to do or how the rest of the city can be activated and join in to achieve what the council itself has set as its targets. I talk about this as a member of the executive board, where we've had reports back to us where the council is quite confident in terms of what it can deliver by 2025, but uses that target threshold because it's sort of admitting to itself that it will never achieve its goals by 2030 as it has committed to. So I think one of the things that we need to see in the second year of operation of this organisation is to enable local communities to do activity that they want to do and make sure that all that activity is actually joined up to achieving that one city goal. And it's a task that I believe that the communities team could take up and enable those wards to take forward the schemes that they wish to do so to help achieve net zero by 2030. I think it's also worth doing a piece of work in terms of understanding the relationship between this council and the West Yorkshire Combined Authority and its goal to achieve net zero, which, as Councillor Anderson pointed out, it also has a different date. I think the WICA is 2038, which may be a little bit more realistic actually, but it would be helpful to ensure again that what both organisations are doing is actually coterminous but not duplicating. And I would like to see some of that being done by the advisory board, so that as it can live up to the name on the tin and actually advise the city how we can all work together to achieve better climate change outcomes. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Wadsworth. Councillor Wadsworth.
Councillor Wadsworth having technical issues. Could we move on for the moment, please, Lord
Yes.
Mayor?
Councillor Bentley.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm very pleased that this report has come to Council, because it's the first time that we've actually been able to debate our motion on setting up a climate emergency, which was done in nearly 2 years ago, despite assurances that this would be a regular report and it would be on the agenda of all council meetings. I very much agree with what's been said by Councillor Galton and Councillor Anderson, but it will become as no surprise to members of the community, the Climate Change Committee, that I don't fully agree with this report, and I'm really disappointed with this report, and I expressed this at the meeting. When we first set up, Councillor Walshaw said that this committee would be an ideas factory, not a talking shop, and I'm afraid that hasn't actually come to fruition. If it is an ideas factory, the ideas have got stuck somewhere in the manufacturing process. We have discussed a lot amongst ourselves. We have, as Councillor Galton said, listened to lots of research. And as Councillor Anderson said, we have talked to and listened to people who are already convinced. What we've not done is to look at the skeptics, look at the people who are not committed or are not convinced, and we need to be doing more about that. And finally, Councillor Anderson point about scrutiny, I agree entirely. If you recall, when we had a debate on this, setting up this committee, our group's proposal was that we would we wanted this group to be the scrutiny committee. I've got no criticism of Polly Cook and her team and the sustainability and air quality. They're doing a lot of stuff, and I'm not saying nothing has been done, but there is no real scrutiny of it. And as Councillor Buckley said, you know, some things may be falling behind, like the tree planting one, and there's no scrutiny to look at those. And the scrutiny board that it's been allocated to, Councillor Anderson's scrutiny board,
Councillor Bentley, sorry.
I will respect your timing, Lord Mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I share some of the feelings and comments of other councillors, Councillors Bentley, Anderson, Buckley and others. I worry slightly that with the COVID emergency coming in, it has rightly sucked up lots of airtime and lots of pressure, and it's attention from everybody. That has to be the focus. However, this council did also declare a climate emergency. That was a decision taken by this council, and I would hope that this time is being used to come back with new ideas, a new approach, a renewed vigour to take matters forward post-COVID. There are agenda items that can be taken forward through the planning system that will really help tackle climate change. And I think Councillor Galton mentioned it about the strategic focus that this council can have to help others in the city. I would hope that post-COVID, what we can be doing is going to our other public sector partners, NHS, police, blue light services, all the others, and not waiting for Wyker to bring people together, but Leeds take people together in this city to see how all the public sector can champion climate change. We talked about the skeptics. I think there's a job of outreach to be undertaken here, and that's not just in my ward, but in all wards, to see what can be done how the council can lead on that. So if that is electric vehicle charging points at Lotherton Hall, all the better. If that's peat-free compost being sold and only peat-free compost being sold at the area, all the better. But these are smaller pieces of a bigger puzzle. There has to be a bigger strategic focus. And I look forward to hearing what that is and what will be brought forward to the Environmental Committee. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Bettesworth, are you ready for us?
Yes, Lord Mayor, sorry about that. I got kicked out, but I am back now. It's been a challenging afternoon for me with Zoom. Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm happy to comment on the Climate Emergency Advisory Committee, the advisory being the key word there, annual report. Our group, we see ourselves as being a critical friend to the Ruin administration with regards to climate emergency. And there are clearly some things that we will support within what they're doing, particularly work in the subgroups. In fact, we chair one of the subgroups with Councillor Collins. And the subgroups probably do the legwork. And I had the privilege of being kicked out, actually hearing Councillor Bentley's speech around scrutiny. And, you know, I think the subgroups are the things that do the legwork, and the overarching advisory committee tends to just look at those in brief. But COVID has taken a significant turn for the group, and probably rightly so, because the world is now a very different place, and we do need to build back greener, but we also do need to look at the things that have changed. For instance, the clean air zone has actually sorted itself out without our intervention, in the sense of not needing a clean air zone, because both businesses and taxi and private hire, and now the private car, have actually helped to reduce emissions. COVID has played a part in that, but clearly now we don't need the cameras to enforce that. So that has changed without really the advisory committee giving intervention. Public transport is the reverse, because public transport, I think I was misquoted, Lord Mayor, in the press at the last meeting of the Climate Advisory. I said there was a non-existent bus service, I believe. I didn't say there was a non-existent bus service. I said there was a non-existent use of the bus service. Quite a different thing. There are lots of buses, lots of trains, but nobody daring to use them. And of course, the doubling patronism of buses really is a little bit of a mockery of that, because if you've got no one travelling on a bus, or one person travelling on a bus, and you get another person, you've doubled the patronage, but it's not really the spirit of what we're trying to achieve pre-COVID. Whether we can ever achieve any of that post-COVID is another matter. The other issue is regarding trees. We're planting lots of trees, tiny trees, and some in my ward were planted only a few weeks ago, and they help to add to the numbers that we're planting. They make big numbers, thousands of trees planted in each park. But in the last weekend when we had the snow, a number of those trees have been wiped out by sledges. And I don't know what will happen. They're just all laid on the ground at the moment, and obviously something will have to happen to those. But would we have not been better planting maybe a couple of 100 trees, but much more substantial trees that the kids couldn't knock down with the sledges? It's not the kids' fault. The kids couldn't see them because they were covered.
Councillor Wadsworth, sorry.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The climate emergency is the single most important issue facing us today, and as I often say, doing nothing is not an option. So it's good that we've got a climate emergency committee, but perhaps unfortunate this is the first time we in the council have been able to discuss its progress. The report touches on planning, transport, and as was said earlier in the meeting, though councillors are keen to move forward with a new way of doing things, the system seems to be working in the opposite direction. That said, I think change is coming, and though this year's report is somewhat limited, I look forward to next year's when it tells us that we're going to see that all new developments are carbon neutral. Everyone in the city has access to a fast, frequent, cheap and integrated public transport system, and the benefits of improving biodiversity,
seen as an integral part of everything we do. I'd just like to touch on Councillor Wadsworth's somewhat dismissive comments about planting trees. I don't think you can limit the tree planting to the weather. And if it snows, and there we are. And it's unfortunate that young people decided to, or maybe older people too, decided to sledge over the top of trees. I would think it would be really part of education to persuade them not to do that. And I also think the comments about bus services, which he, and I have to say Councillor Buckley in the Transport Committee says, which seems to be gloom, doom and despondency. But we can only achieve our targets, our climate target goals, if we get people onto public transport. Okay, there's a hiccup at the moment, but I hope and assume that come the end of the COVID-19 pandemic, we will be doing everything we possibly can to improve the public transport network and get people to use it. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just want to comment briefly on the debate around how the council can react to the climate concerns in the frame of public policy. Events of recent months have radically changed the way Leeds and the UK government will need to respond to climate issues. I am, of course, talking about the fact the United Kingdom now has sovereign control over its environmental laws and regulations. As a city, we should be buoyed by the opportunities provided by Brexit in the realm of climate change. The UK has set its COVID economic recovery with a green recovery plan. A plan for offshore wind, low carbon hydrogen, zero emission vehicles, green public transport, so-called green ships, investment in jet zero technology, green buildings, carbon capture, the Green Investment Bank and investing in the natural environment. By contrast, our former vassal superiors in the EU Commission have responded by delaying climate concerns in response to COVID-19. The European Climate Pact has been delayed, the Non-Financial Reporting Directive review delayed, the EU Farm to Fork strategy delayed, the Smart Sector Integration strategy delayed, the EU Biodiversity strategy delayed, the EU Chemical strategy delayed, and remarkably, the EU's Circular Economy package entitled Empowering the Consumer for Green Transition has been put on the coal-fired back burner as well. Lord Mayor, I draw the Council's attention to this not to gloat of how successful the UK government has been in concreting a green strategy in its COVID economic recovery plan. In fact, it's with some great sadness that I think of our EU friends and neighbours who remain stuck in vassalage. The point is, it sometimes feels as though colleagues on the Climate Emergency Advisory Group look upon its work with a mournful approach as regards the UK's newfound independence. They're often the same voices who, in other arenas, were apoplectic when the UK opted out of the joint EU vaccine procurement programme, a sluggish programme that's left the EU citizens without a vaccine, whilst the EU has vaccinated more people. The UK has vaccinated more people so far than the EU combined. So, looking to the year ahead, my plea to colleagues is to recognise that being concerned about the climate isn't mutually exclusive to being a rabid Remainer. It's possible to recognise the role of Brexit and indeed capitalism in our response to the climate crisis. So in the next municipal year, I'd like to see more reports to the committee looking at the opportunities provided to Leeds by virtue of the UK setting its own green industrial revolution strategy outside of the European Union. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Foster.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. It's nearly 2 years since Leeds City Council did a carbon target of 2030. That's an apparently ambitious date and better than WICA's and also the UK's, but it's absolutely necessary. Those of us who attended the climate literacy training provided for elected members in 2019 are aware we need to think about this in terms of our carbon budget for Leeds. According to the Leeds Climate Commission, at our current rate of carbon emissions, a business as usual Leeds will use up that carbon budget by 2029. That's before our target date of 2030. This is why this is an emergency and why it's got to underscore building back better from the pandemic emergency. So to come to the report and the work of SEAC, I'm disappointed that the citizens' jury recommendations haven't been considered in the detail that I think they should have been, but at least the committee has been left in no doubt of the concerns of the young people about climate change. So SEAC saw some excellent heartfelt presentations from our young people, who will be the ones most adversely affected by the climate and ecological crisis. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all of the officers, particularly Polly Cook, who have supported the work of SEAC. As has already been said, the work of the three working groups has covered a lot of ground, but talk is not enough. We need a proper action plan. The Leeds Climate Commission's recently produced a second roadmap, and that should be a basis for this action plan. So that's what I'd like to see SEAC working on now. I think it would be appropriate for SEAC to report again to Council this September, as that is what it would have done had there not been the delay for this report due to the COVID pandemic. We very simply need to work at pace now on the climate emergency. Although it's not directly part of this report, I would like to share one positive related thing that delighted me during the last difficult year. Ground source heating was installed in the 2 Heights tower blocks in my ward. That was an excellent development for both the residents in terms of their heating costs and for the environment. And it just shows what can be done and is already being done. So the delayed COP26 talks will now be taking place this November in Glasgow. And my hope is that by then, Leeds City Council will have an action plan in place. The COVID pandemic has required each of us to make decisions about how we behave, thinking both of the safety of ourselves and of others. So in this spirit of kindness, which has already been mentioned several times in this meeting, we need to build on this if we're to quickly build back better and greener in aiming for the vision of Leeds being a leader and exemplar in tackling the climate emergency. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I welcome a report finally coming to full council, and also welcome the collaborative approach we're taking here in Leeds to the challenges we're facing due to climate change. Having attended a number of the SEAC meetings when we were allowed to meet in person, contributions made from the third and education sectors have added to our collective understanding of how we can overcome these challenges. I also echo the thanks made to officers involved for their support of this committee. There are welcome developments detailed within the report, particularly around electric vehicles and the supporting structure. In my ward, Finkhill Car Park now has reserved spaces to allow electric vehicles to charge for free for up to 70 minutes at a charging point, which is regularly used. Support for installation was shared across Horsforth, with a request for more charging points to be installed at other points to support a growing demand. Also in Horsforth Ward, businesses are taking part in the electric van trial scheme, a notable user being the Horsforth Brewery, who I believe is considering investing in an electric van as the trial ends. It's pleasing also to learn that businesses across Leeds are taking part in these trials. I also pay particular tribute to my ward colleague, Councillor Dawn Collins, who has chaired the Food and Biodiversity Working Group since its inception. Dawn has provided insight and guidance to the workings of the subgroup as the challenges of increasing canopy cover across the city and many other important related issues have been debated. The big issue that cannot be missed in this report, however, is that there isn't a single reference to Leeds Bradford Airport within it. While I want to maintain the collaborative spirit, this is a significant hole in the work this committee needs to discuss to demonstrate this council is taking climate change seriously. My original concerns when this committee was established was that it would lack the ability to really challenge these bigger issues, no better demonstrated as when the CEO of Leeds Bradford made a brief submission, leaving before member questions to never be seen there again. The cynic inside believes this suited the ruling administration well, who seem to wish LBA simply didn't exist, or that their planning application, set to be heard next month, would just disappear. Considerations on the climate and the impact on neighbouring areas such as Horsforth and Rawdon should have been the focal point of this committee. If passed as is, flights from the airport will have the potential to take off and land late into the night and far earlier in the morning. While many of us living near the airport accept a degree of noise disruption throughout the day, the prospect of having planes thundering over our homes at 4 AM is a significant shift in the goalposts. A shame, my Lord Mayor, as the proposal for the terminal building itself, I believe, is quite ambitious and forward-thinking. The Climate Emergency Advisory Committee could have had meaningful contributions to the future of the airport. an opportunity that I believe has sadly been missed. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Doris?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. To reiterate a point of one or two of my colleagues, it's great to finally have this opportunity to speak on climate change. Since we declared a climate emergency, there's been little or no opportunity to comment in full council. And the fact that other parties wouldn't allow us to amend the order paper to allow priority discussion makes me concerned that they're not taking this totally serious. And the fact that the airport hasn't been up for discussion seems to back that. So that's my concern there. As mentioned earlier in the meeting, there are a number of funding cuts proposed in my ward. One of them is Elgill Waste Transfer Site. My concern is that it doesn't take into account the environmental impact. By closing Elgill, it might save the council money, but it means that Otley residents will have to travel further to dispose of their waste that they would normally take to Elgill. This means going to Airborough, to the site there. And in doing so, it increases every resident's carbon footprint that's travelling there. It adds to the congestion of the A65 in Airborough. And I think we really do need to take into account climate change, the climate impact of any decision we make in this council. And I feel that that's sadly lacking from the decision-making process. Another point I'd like to make, which I know won't be popular with all councillors here, but I actually quite find that a lot of the meetings are better served via Zoom. And I think Zoom and other online media will get better in time to adapt. Since the lockdown, I've been into Leeds once, and that was for a hospital appointment for my newly born grandson that I took in. So I have not travelled into Leeds at all by car. I'd take an apology there. I had to go in yesterday and get a new iPad because my old iPad broke. So with those two exceptions, I've not been into Leeds, whereas I'd normally go in once or twice a week. So my carbon footprint has reduced dramatically because of the way that we are adapting. And I think that perhaps we should take some comfort from what's happening in that context to say that we're learning to live in a more sustainable way. And perhaps that's something we should look at doing to move forward. Now, I understand that some meetings, it's much better to have face-to-face, but we should really consider what we are doing as to whether we can meet remotely and therefore save time, because it would normally take me up to an hour to get into the city centre, depending on the time of day, and the environmental impact of that. So I think that's something we perhaps could look to. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Orley.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Personally, I find it disappointing that Leeds does have great expertise and resources to be a leader on climate change, and yet we still appear to be merely paying lip service to the emergency we're facing. So I'd like to highlight a number of examples. Agreeing with Councillor Taylor that the intentions of Leeds Bradford Airport to increase its flight is clearly not compatible with the climate change agenda. And yet too, I agree with him, it was not included in the report and should have been. Councillor Campbell has mentioned, and we have debated extensively, that public transport must be at the heart of climate initiatives. And yet we all know that the bus services remain woefully inadequate, and we will experience more of that as we return back to normality. And we desperately need better development of the local train network and appropriate stations in the area. Where Leeds has been redeveloping its road network, I feel nowhere near enough has been done to respect the climate emergencies. And a small example of this is that, yes, we need to encourage alternatives to car use. We need better public transport, but we also need to make sure that vehicles move freely and smoothly through our road network. Redesigned junctions, such as that of the Ring Road and the A61, work against this. Traffic lights stop cars unnecessarily at quiet times of day and night, and acute angle turnings are forcing traffic to come to an almost stop before moving on again. Again, all increasing emissions. I was most shocked recently to hear the chair of the Climate Emergency Committee suggesting retiming of traffic lights on the A660 to slow down traffic further, and yet again increasing congestion emissions. This report takes pride in the introduction of an e-bike trial. It's commendable, but reporting a total of merely almost 1,000 e-bike miles achieved in a city of nearly 800,000 residents, i.e. 1/800th of a mile per person during the period of the trial, is not an achievement. And of course, we also have the cancellation of the clean air zone. We need to do much more on climate change. So if we are going to make a real difference, we need to challenge ourselves more. We need more innovation. We need to be more courageous in the decisions that we take. And finally, I would like to ask Councillor Stevenson whether he views the current delays of imports and exports into the UK as a result of Brexit as being evidence of reducing transport on our roads and hence contributing to climate improvement. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Walshaw.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's a pleasure.
Sorry, Councillor Walshaw, I could hear a phone, and I would like the honest person to put the hands up and make a donation to my office.
Lord Mayor, it wasn't my phone, it was my timer to tell me to finish speaking. I apologise, Lord Mayor.
Okay, let you off. Councillor Walshaw.
Thank you. I hope my minutes start from now.
From now.
It's to second and to comment. Thank you, Lord Mayor. CX had an eventful first year, and we've tried to run it on a friendly, collegiate basis. So I'm going to respond to comments that some councillors have made. But just to say, just as a first point, I would urge all members to look at the work of the Leeds Climate Commission. They're our key partners, and our new roadmap that was just launched this week is really where our ambitions lie, and urge members to use it. In fact, I'll circulate a copy of the launch presentation to all members. That's really the thrust of the next 10 years and how we'll get to those points. We've done an awful lot of work. You've all read the report. There's been some great contributions so far. I just want to pick up a few points. Just going backwards, Councillor Howley, the reason I suggested we should retime the A660 junctions is to improve crossing safety for the elderly and disabled in Headingley, which I agree, I think members would agree, is probably quite a worthwhile cause on the whole. Councillor Stevenson, there may well be sunlit uplands due to Brexit, although the cues at Dover suggest those have not been realised yet. But one of the first fruits of our sovereignty is for the UK government to license bee-killing pesticides that are illegal in the EU. The Environment Act bill, as it currently states, will give us lower environmental standards than we enjoyed as being a member of the European Union. So I look forward to your contributions along those lines to government, that they shouldn't be doing the things they're doing currently. But there is a lot of good going on. SEAC's has fed into the transport strategy. It's fed into the White Rose Forest strategy. We're going to have a food strategy, which will be very exciting. I would urge members just to look at vertical farming. Urban vertical farming holds such tremendous possibilities for it. We have talked and examined a lot of areas of activity. For example, I'll draw a couple members' attention to a couple of really important points. We've hugely influenced the local plan review with its climate emergency focus. There's a definite outcome. We've really teased apart the huge retrofit challenge. Members will be aware that I've said in this chamber that I think we can shape the future when it comes to planning, but our existing housing stock is the stuff of nightmares, and we're really examining how best to do that and to achieve that in Leeds. We are linking up with West Yorkshire. Our carbon neutral target has always been 2030. 2030 and 2038 isn't a huge difference because Lord Mayor, you have to make all your substantive policy decisions within the next 36 months in either scenario. But I would urge members to lobby for 2030 across the board. That is where the evidence lies, and that's where we have to be. Just lastly, Lord Mayor, a really important role of SEAC is to develop a body of councillors with expert knowledge. And I'd just like to thank members for their contributions this year and to thank Polly and Harriet, our officers. We have covered an awful lot of ground. There's an awful lot to be proud of. I'm really looking forward to the next meeting, which is engaging with our young people. That's been fantastic. I'd also like to thank all the range of people who've come to our open forum and spoke to us engaged. And the relationships we're building, Lord Mayor, will enable this city to be an exemplar when it comes to achieving carbon neutral status. The issues with the airport and transport.
Councillor Walshaw.
Oh, one last sentence. We will be looking at transport heavily, but there is a live planning application that we can't really comment on at the moment. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Mulherrin to sum up.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Again, so many contributions, it's quite hard to know where to start, but I just maybe say, first of all, that I'd like to thank all those members who made constructive comments. It is a cross-party committee with cross-party working groups, as has been alleged throughout the discussion. It is disappointing, however, that the Conservative members have chosen to take Councillor Buckley's view of the world. You'd never guess he was the vice chair of this particular committee, and how Councillor Stevenson comes to the misguided notion that Britain standing alone will help us to tackle a planetary emergency that knows and doesn't recognise any national boundaries is frankly beyond me. I'd like to welcome the comments from Councillor Campbell and picking up on the gloom and doom and despondency of some of the Conservative members' contributions, and recognising the challenges that face us today in tackling the climate emergency. Again, like to recognise comments that Councillor Downs and Councillor Forsyth have made, noting the way in which we have adapted as a society to meet the restrictions of the current health pandemic, and how some of the lessons that we've learned over the last year can help us in learning how to respond to the climate emergency. I would like to just note again, not only the work that Polly and her team have done in supporting the committee, but in recognition of the way in which the work of the climate emergency is embedded across the council, recognise the contributions from officers across the Parks and Countryside teams, Highways and Transport, who've contributed around the transport strategy and emergency active travel work, the planning team who've been involved in the work to discuss the updating of the local plan, Active Leeds and Public Health, and our many partners who have supported the work of the committee across the city, not least Professor Andy Goldson and the Leeds Climate Commission. And again, in recognising the recognition that Councillor Forsyth gave to the way in which that's helped to inform elected members across all groups in the council through the training that they have provided. I'm slightly surprised that a couple of members, Councillor Bentley, Councillor Anderson, suggested that this was the first opportunity to debate the climate emergency for members, given that it's being covered in questions in council meetings, under executive board minutes in the council chamber, albeit virtual for the last 10 months, in plans panels, in transport discussions, and of course through the cross-party committee we're discussing here itself and the working groups that are established underneath it. Just finally, in terms of the airports, the chief executive was, I understand, repeatedly invited back to the committee. We can't require people to attend, but he was
Councillor
invited. And of course, it is a live planning application. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I'll now go to a vote. Again, I'll remind members, if you are going to vote against or abstain, please say so. I'll take your silence for agreement. Thank you. That's being carried. We'll go to item 8. Sorry, item 9. Questions, Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. In conjunction with the White Rose Forest Strategy for Leeds, will the Executive Member for Climate Change, Transport and Sustainable Development support my group's idea to create a special woodland and garden memorial in honour of those who have lost their lives due to COVID-19, and to pay tribute to all the key workers who have sacrificed so much to help protect the people of Leeds during the pandemic?
Councillor Rafiq.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, the impact of COVID-19 on Leeds has, and indeed many other areas across the country, has been truly tragic. And our thoughts are with the families of people who have passed away. And I think between us in this council meeting, we'll all know somebody either within the family or within our communities or circle of friends who has actually lost their life due to this pandemic. We are all in debt to the amazing efforts, Lord Mayor, of our key workers during the past year, who have kept the city running, sometimes at great risk to their own health. Therefore, we support a memorial to honour those who have made great sacrifices in the fight against the virus. Some discussion has already taken place to establish a memorial in connection with our programme to create 1,260 hectares of woodland and specifically to remember those who have sadly died and the important role that key workers have played throughout this pandemic.
Over the winter period, Lord Mayor, around 225,000 trees will be planted in our parks and green spaces, with a plan to identify 50 hectares each year on council land. We will be working with key partners and indeed members across the political spectrum and partners to identify a suitable site and design a woodland that will enable public access with the opportunity for contemplation and remembrance, as well as bring the benefits to climate change and biodiversity that woodlands provide. More specific proposals will be brought forward for consultation in due course, Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Have you got a supplementary, Councillor Robinson?
I do. Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank the Executive Board member for that response. Our environment and our parks have become a haven for so many through COVID, and I look forward to his commitment to delivering this scheme. Please, could I ask that the Executive Board member sets out in the budget next month funding for this scheme so that we can be clear that it will be delivered, and seeks to bring forward something to the next Executive Board, setting out a time frame for delivery?
Thank you. Councillor Rafiq.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As I've already explained, I think this is a very sensitive issue. It's close to our hearts and indeed our residents, the public. And it goes without saying that we are fully committed to delivering this project in consultation with our partners and where possible our residents as well. So we will bring something in due course and as soon as possible. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Bentley.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Would the executive member for communities please inform council of the consultations that have taken place with the Police and Crime Commissioner in relation to the administration's proposal to discontinue the match funding payment for 39 police community support officers in the city?
Councillor Cooper.
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Bentley, for the question. So in relation to the proposal to stop the match funding payment to support the deployment of additional police and community support officers in the city, consultation has been taking place since autumn 2020 with both colleagues from West Yorkshire Police, who have operational command of all police officers and PCSOs, and the Office of the Police and Crime Commissioner, who retains budgetary responsibilities as well as a role holding the force to account. The Office of the Police and Crime Commissioner is aware of the consideration by Leeds City Council around the additional funding for PCSOs due to our overall financial position, and that a final decision on the funding position will be confirmed by members of full council in February. The PCC is now also considering the overall financial position of West Yorkshire Police and to formulate proposals to best protect neighbourhood and frontline policing as far as possible. Funding was provided with a view of it being time limited, with options to review in light of changing economic circumstances. No decision has yet been finalised regarding this funding, but it is important to note that with the ongoing cuts and the impacts of COVID-19, the council does not have unlimited resources and indeed faces a huge challenge. The Police and Crime Commissioner recognises the contribution by Leeds City Council for additional police community support officers over a number of years, which has been greatly appreciated. And we will continue conversations with the police on how best to police the city by demand in a financially challenging environment.
Are there supplementary, Councillor Bentley?
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Cooper for that very full and straightforward answer. I'm surprised to hear that the consultations have been taking place since August 2020. Because when the Director of Communities presented his budget proposals to the Scrutiny Board, I think which was after August 2020, in answer to a direct question, he said no consultations had yet been taken place. So I'll leave that to you to work out with the Director. Could I then ask, Lord Mayor, as well as the consultations with the police and the Police and Crime Commissioner and West Yorkshire Police, have any consultations been taken or been planned with the residents of Leeds. The PCSOs, particularly during the pandemic, have played a particularly vital part in keeping in contact with the community. It's one of the few services that can still walk the street, still knock on doors, still talk to people, and still deal with people's concerns. And they're of huge value to the community of Leeds. And it would be interesting to know, seeing we're consulting on things like bowling greens, libraries, and flower planting, why we're not consulting on PCSOs as well. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cooper.
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you for pointing that out, Councillor Bentley. I should have said autumn 2020 and not August 2020, so my apologies for misreading that out of the response that I've received. So, so consultation has been taking place quite rightly with the organisation who employ the PCSOs and deal with the police in the city. And should we decide to take this further forward, I'm sure that consultation will follow that point. But as I said in my first answer, Lord Mayor and Councillor Bentley, no decision has yet been made about this, and I'm sure that we will be further debating this and other issues that we have to under the budget next month. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Nash.
My Lord Mayor, please would the leader provide a statement now for all members in attendance and therefore the public, giving an update on the city's response to the COVID-19 pandemic.
Councillor Blake.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Nash, for the question. Members will obviously be aware that we've been doing everything possible to keep all members of councils and members of parliament regularly updated on the situation in Leeds and the response that we're making to the very quite dynamic changing circumstances that we've seen over the last few weeks. And of course we communicate with the public as well. I've just seen a news flash come up to say that today the deaths have in the last 24 hours been recorded at 1,564, which I think tells all of us just how serious the situation is at this moment in time, and facing the NHS, the economy, and of course all of those people who are affected by the virus directly and personally. I think we can all welcome the comments made by the Prime Minister today that there will be a move towards 24 hours, 7-day a week opening for vaccination centres when that can be organised. We certainly recognise the vaccination programme as being one of the most positive developments of the last few weeks, and one that we will all support. And we know the incredible role that local authorities such as ours have to play in helping the NHS to roll out the programme. Can I just pay tribute to everyone who reported back from the community committees earlier in the meeting today? I think it was a fantastic testament to the work of our officers, of our council members, and of all of our partners coming together with a really tremendous response that has certainly enormously helped all the people living and working in our city. We are in the position that the rates in Leeds at the moment are lower than the average in the country, but there's absolutely no room for complacency at all. And we've seen a doubling over the last month. The current figures are at 332 per 100,000. A month ago, they were down at 138. So I think that shows you just how serious it is. And of course, we are, all of us, concerned around the news of the new variant that has been causing so many issues in other parts of the country. We estimated that rate in our area was around 5% before Christmas, but we know that it was up to about 20% about a week ago. So we are watching all of the developments with enormous interest. And of course, just over a week ago, we went into the new phase of lockdown. What we're trying to do is just to keep going with the messaging that we've consistently given throughout the pandemic, that it's up to everyone to try and cut the transmission between ourselves, and all of us have a role to play in that. There's never been more important with the extra infectivity, if that's the right word, of the new variant, to really follow the public safety messaging around keeping distance, wearing safe masks, washing hands, and only going out if it's absolutely essential. But I'm very proud to tell Council that already in Leeds, the latest figures we have is that we've vaccinated over 55,000 of those in the most vulnerable categories, and also, of course, NHS workers. So if I could ask all of you to work with us to, as you have been doing so fantastically, to keep that messaging going. And of course, one of the major debates around at the moment is the one around education, and whether, how many young people should be in school, the situation in our early years. And I hope every single member of Council will join me in condemning the appalling situation where some young people have been receiving absolutely appalling food parcels through the post, trying to substitute for the free school meals that they would have received in school. This situation is completely and utterly unacceptable, and I would pay tribute to the in-house service that we provide of Leeds City Council. And if any schools are struggling to provide adequate food, then please do ask them to get in touch so that we can give assistance to support all of the work that's already happening out in our communities. I just want to end, Lord Mayor, by saying the most important message to government from us here in local government is that they must take seriously all of the requests that we've made over the last 10 months, that they take local government seriously. I think we would be in a better place now if they had involved us in so many areas of response to this pandemic. It's absolutely vital that they work with us hand in glove to make sure that we can get the vaccination rollout where it needs to be, so it can swiftly vaccinate and therefore protect large numbers of our population. I'm afraid too often the response has been a centralised response run directly by government. It's our local knowledge, our ability to deliver that has helped so much over the last few months. I hope all of us can get that message across and get the real recognition for the work that local authorities such as Leeds have managed to do over the last few months. We have a very difficult road ahead of us, but I know here in Leeds we'll continue to work with the same grit and determination to make sure that we can do everything possible to make things better for the people that we represent. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a supplementary, Councillor Nash? No, thank you.
No.
Members, we have now reached 4:15, and in accordance with CPR 11.6, members will receive a written response to your questions. We now need to dispose of exec board minutes. Can I call on Councillor Blake?
Can I move in terms of the notice, please, Lord Mayor?
Yeah, Councillor Dawson to second.
Sorry, Lord Mayor, I'll second, please.
Thank you. Can I now call for a vote again? If any member against or abstain, please say so. I'll take your silence for agreement. Thank you. That's been carried. We'll now move on to 15 minutes break. So we'll see you at 25 past 4. Sorry, 25 to 4. Oh dear me. 25-5, sorry. God.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Are members back and ready? Oh yes, they're all back and ready. It's come down now. Welcome back, members. Could all members just mute their mics for me for a minute? I've given my communication at the very beginning, but there was one that I've left for last because we had some sad news at the beginning and I didn't want all of them to clam and we lose the respect of this. I did just want to find a special place to put this in the meeting today. So I'm going to acknowledge and allow full council to join me in congratulating Councillor Blake and her selection to the House of Lords. This is a huge honor and recognition for Councillor Blake's significant public service to date. Councillor Blake's skills and experience will continue to make lasting contribution in the House of Lords, and I know she will continue to be an advocate for the city and the regional. I know that members will join me in congratulating Councillor Blake and wishing her every success in her role, and not just in her role, in the future. And we will be praying that Councillor Blake will have the energy and strength to do the work that she wanted to do. So could you please unmute and let us give her a big cheer?
Well done. Well done. Well, very well deserved.
Thank you.
You come with the harder, Judith.
Well done, Judith.
What do we call you now? Don't answer that.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now move on to the white papers. But before we move on to the white papers, for member information, as I did at previous remote council meeting, I am going to invite whips to vote on the behalf of your groups. If any members wish to cast their vote differently, then please let me know when your whip voted. If a recorded vote is requested in absence according with the procedure rules 1, with manage the votes as the same way and the name will be recorded as the minutes. I know Councillor Graham are having connection issues today, and therefore he will inform me how he wishes to vote. I will inform the meetings and how Councillor Graham votes it. So could we move to the first white paper, and that's in the name of Councillor Andrew Carter. Councillor Carter.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and may I begin by adding my congratulations to yours, to Judith Blake on this significant honour which the Labour Party have bestowed upon her membership of the House of Lords, and I hope that she thoroughly enjoys her time there. I shall miss her, but not all that much.
Oh.
My Lord Mayor, I thought long and hard before deciding to table this resolution today, particularly as the subject of Brexit has dogged UK politics for the past 4 years. However, now we have an agreement and have fully left the EU. I think it's right we take a little time to discuss what this means for our city. And I hope we can use it as an opportunity to look forward rather than peddling the arguments of the past. And I note of the 3 amendments, the Labour amendment and the Green amendment, at least to some degree, tries to do that. Regrettably, the Liberal Democrat one, pretty much as expected, does not. Most of the recent Brexit reports that have come to Exec Board have understandably been fairly heavy on speculation and lighter on detail. But as many of us hoped, and indeed came about, an agreement was made. And I would think that one thing the Prime Minister is extremely relieved about, that he won't have to participate in any more of these interminable EU meetings that go on and on and on and finally reach an agreement which could have been reached months sooner. So slightly before Christmas, as we know, the UK-EU trade and cooperation agreement that many said was impossible to achieve, including the present leader of the Liberal Democrat Party, Ed Davey, was indeed reached. And the agreement means there's no tariffs or quotas on movement of goods we produce between the UK and the EU. It's the first time the EU has agreed a zero tariff quota with any other trading partner, and the deal is worth £670 million. Nobody with any common sense, I think, really wanted us to drift into a situation of no deal. It would have been no good for the rest of Europe and no good for us. Our government has reaffirmed its commitment to high labour, environment and climate standards without giving the EU any say over UK rules, and there is no role for the European Court of Justice and no requirements for the UK to continue following EU law. And I would remind members that some of our standards on climate standards and the environment and the labour market are higher than many of the EU countries already, not to mention our animal welfare regulations, which we can now introduce to protect animals from the appalling experiences they have when being shipped to the EU. Clearly, there have been compromises. Deals are all about compromises. Everybody knows that. And compromises have been made here.
Councillor Carter.
Yeah, but we have avoided disruption, and we should now move forward with a deal to benefit the people of Leeds. And we want a positive report to come to our all-party group on that basis.
Thank you. Councillor Lamb to second.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I will formally second and reserve my right to speak, which I would like to exercise once all of the amendments have been moved and seconded, please.
Thank you. Councillor Forsyth.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm not sure whether to describe the years in politics since the EU referendum as a roller coaster or a merry-go-round, but whichever it was, these have now stopped and the UK finds itself on a different trajectory. As I'm sure other elected members will mention, trade deals have been signed with other countries already, but these are largely transferences of the existing trade deals we had previously as a member of the EU. I could say much more and include quotes from many in business and finance, farming, fishing sectors about their worries of the negative impacts that may be felt. Indeed, that they are already being felt of our new trading position with the EU and other countries. There will, I hope, be opportunities that will benefit Leeds as a city, but Leeds is increasingly being heralded as a leading financial centre, and it does seem that the trade deal doesn't really cover the financial sector, which makes up over 80% of our UK economy. So moving on from the merits or otherwise of the UK-EU trade deal, what the last 6 years have shone a light on is the linked issues of democracy, our constitution and our place in the world. Whatever your views on the EU, what we did have as citizens of Europe was a voice. As Yorkshire and the Humber region, we had regional recognition and we elected our EU representatives by proportional representation, not the unfair first past the post system, which we were all elected with. The first past the post, some votes count much more than others. We have a democratic deficit in this country. The white paper proposed by Councillor Carter derides MPs who did not vote for the new UK-EU deal, which is the reason for tabling this amendment. I would like to remind Councillor Carter and others who support the white paper of the words of the notable Tory MP, Edmund Burke. He said to his constituents that an MP owes you not his industry only, but his judgment, and he betrays instead of serving you if he sacrifices it to your opinion. Doubtless many of us followed the numerous votes in Parliament over Brexit, but these were crucial years for two other reasons. Taking clear warnings of a possible global pandemic seriously and preparing accordingly were missed, even though Operation Cygnus in 2016 identified what preparations were needed. And since the Paris summit in 2015, it's been clear that taking rapid action to avert climate catastrophe is absolutely necessary. But again, the government has not reacted fast enough on these warnings either. But we are where we are, and it is right that a report is presented to Executive Board setting out the implications for Leeds and how the city can make the most of any opportunities that may arise from the UK's new relationship with the EU. And as Councillor Carter has said, it's important that the cross-party member working group continues to meet in order to inform and guide this work as well. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor David Blackburn.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I was going to just formally second this, but I think I need to say something. I mean, most of my working life has been spent inside the EU. And certainly, as a lot of you know, I was an engineer, but I spent a lot of time in production control, in purchasing, and actually importing goods from places like Germany and Holland. And the thing was, all through my working life, it became easier and easier to do it. There might not be any tariffs, but the bureaucracy is there. And I've got to say, I'm glad I'm over the age of retirement now, because I wouldn't like to go back and do my job at the current moment. And I do not, and I can blame both the government and the EU for this. I just do not think that doing it at the last minute was the way to do it. We needed some way forward earlier, and the time to enter into it, so businesses knew what they were doing. But that aside, at least we've got a deal. And the other point I want to make, we're supporting in our amendment of the all-party working group on this, but may I point out that there are 6 parties on the council, and only 3 of them are represented on the working group. Thank you.
Councillor Bentley to move the second amendment. Councillor Bentley.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you. Councillor Carter says that this trade and cooperation agreement represents one of the largest free trade agreements in the world. Well, of course it does. The EU is the largest trading bloc in the world, and the UK government has spent the last 4 years attempting to extricate itself from membership of the EU and then cut and paste a deal which tries to replicate the original deal we had. I doubt if there's ever been a case in international trade negotiations where a country has willingly given up all the benefits of an existing deal, spent billions of pounds on the process, agreed to be worse off, and then heralded it as a great piece of international negotiation. Councillor Carter says we're not looking to the future in our amendment, but we certainly are, because the future is pretty grim. And we need to be honest about that. Councillor Carter says he wants a positive report. Well, I would want an honest report, and I'm pleased to support the report, and pleased to support the existence, the continuation of the cross-party working group. There may not be any tariffs, as Councillor Blackburn just said. There may not be any tariffs and quotas, but there are plenty of barriers to frictionless trade between the UK and the EU. Who would believe that English, Scottish and Welsh companies would have to go through customs procedures in order to sell goods in Northern Ireland, a customs barrier between 2 parts of the United Kingdom? Our exit from the customs union and the single market has created a huge overhead on businesses wanting to trade with our European partners, while preventing seamless trade in financial services, one of the key business sectors for the UK's and Leeds economy. Councillor Cutler White paper talks about a constructive relationship based on free trade and cooperation. While our safety and security are key areas, crime and terrorism doesn't respect borders, yet as a result of this agreement, we have lost our place on Europol, the European Security Agency, and our ability to access Europe-wide crime and intelligence data. We do agree, as I say, with the proposal to bring a report forward. But wouldn't it have been better if we'd done that before a deal was signed? Instead, the government has prevaricated and delayed, run the clock down until after 4 years, a deal was reached at the very last minute while Parliament was in recess, and it was recalled to nod it through in a day. Parliament is for scrutiny and accountability, not for rubber stamping. This has nothing to do with the will of the people in 2016, but it's the pandering by this government to ideological backbenchers, effectively holding them hostage. I move the amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell, so second.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think Andrew's been slightly disingenuous. The Liberal Democrat view on the European Union is well known, but it's true what he says. There is a deal. The deal is not as good as the deal we had when we were a member. It's not even as good as the deal that Theresa May negotiated on our behalf. Those are her words, not mine. So at best, it's a third-rate deal. Obviously brought in because Boris Johnson wants it to be Prime Minister, and therefore was much more interested in that than getting a proper agreement with the European Union. I think the chickens are coming home to roost, because I'll pick a couple of points for you about Boris explaining the great part of the current deal. And it relates to fish, which was one of the stumbling blocks, as you know. And I know representatives of the City of London were quoted as saying that they've been sacrificed for a few fish. So one of the things Boris claimed that we'd done, he said, one of the first things we did from day one was to get rid of pulse trawling. Now, that's interesting because the French and the Belgians had already banned pulse trawling, so we could have got rid of pulse trawling before. And ironically, the European Union were banning it from June anyway. And then the next one, of course, was we'll be able to ban these huge hoover trawlers that come and hoover everything off the bottom of the sea. Well, technically that's true. Under the deal, we could ban EU trawlers, but then we'd have to also ban British ones, including the 7 that we've recently given licenses to continue fishing. So the benefits of the deal are slowly being exposed as being not perhaps as good as we were led to believe. I think it's fair to say that, as my good friend Tom Ledley used to say, if we left the European Union, we will not drop off a cliff, but we will not be as prosperous, as safe, and I suppose as secure in the world as we once were. I think we have to reflect that when we're talking about how that will affect the citizens of Leeds. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Blake, sorry, to move the third amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's quite right to note how the negotiations on the deal took us right to the wire, right into the Christmas recess, and a relief that a deal such as it is did get over the line will have helped a lot of businesses and residents to consider how we can move forward. But I think the question mark is, what is actually in the deal? Is it a good deal? We are already beginning to see implications beginning to come out, and people commenting that they hadn't realised the significance of parts of the deal or gaps within it. We all know that Hilary Benn, Leeds Central MP, is the chair of the Select Committee on our future relationship with the EU. And his committee comes to an end on the 16th of January, which just means that scrutiny of the bill, the deal in Parliament is limited. And I think it's regrettable that we won't have the full benefit of the real analysis of the deal to help us go forward. Of course, we need to look for the opportunities within the deal, and we will continue to do that. And that's why we've worked with partners, brought reports to Executive Board, and continue to try and do that. I have to say, Councillor Carter, I think we are, other parties, looking at ways of moving forward, but this was one of the most divisive referendums and periods of British history, and the damage it's caused amongst our communities will continue for a significant time. And I'm afraid your motion does have elements of focusing on that division. And I hope together we can take you at your word and that we can move forward. We have the economic impact of the pandemic to deal with. What we have to acknowledge, and I hope we all can, is just how much money the EU actually brought into our region. Leeds City region benefited significantly from EU funding over the course of the last 6 years. And we've received £390 million approximately in the period of 2014 to 2020. And as we all know, that money was used to target disadvantage, to deliver skills training, jobs and opportunities for young people. We need to make sure that funding is replaced as soon as possible. Can we have a serious conversation about shared prosperity? Can we get the money back direct to the region so we don't have to rely on government bidding processes that nobody knows the rules, and short funding, term funding rounds that can just bring division between our communities? These are the questions that we need. People were promised huge amounts of money as a result of leaving the EU. We don't see the evidence of that yet. What we have to absolutely make sure is that that money is repatriated to our communities. And I hope we can, through the work we do in this council, establish that as a fact and move forward together to deliver on it. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Pryor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm very happy to second this amendment, and would like to take this opportunity to focus on some of the young people, in particular in terms of the loss of Erasmus and the introduction in September of the new Turing scheme, as well as welcoming calls for funding through the Shared Prosperity Fund to be repatriated to local authorities and mayoral authorities who are best placed to direct that funding. I mean, looking back, there can be no doubt that Erasmus was a fantastic scheme that enabled tens of thousands of students to study abroad, an experience that can be life-changing. And to demonstrate just how popular the scheme was, figures from before the pandemic show that roughly half of UK university students who studied abroad did so through Erasmus. In 2017, over 16,500 UK students made use of the scheme, and just under 38,000 EU nationals studied in the UK, including teachers who wanted to work and train abroad. Now, although the government has recently unveiled some of the details of the replacement Turing scheme, it is worth noting that the House of Lords EU Committee has already warned that the benefits brought by Erasmus will be difficult to replicate, and indeed that they had concerns that leaving the scheme would disproportionately affect people from disadvantaged backgrounds and those with medical needs and disabilities. And I do sincerely hope that the government has taken all of these concerns into consideration when designing their scheme. They've certainly taken on a huge responsibility when the hopes, the dreams, the plans of young people depend on them getting this right. And all of this is new. And the next thing I want to touch on, again, a work in progress that I hope proves to be successful. The Chancellor has outlined the UK Shared Prosperity Fund that he said would at least match EU receipts and reach an average of £1.5 billion a year. Now, we've been told this will be delivered through new approaches and will include investment in people, including work-based training, with the second part of the fund targeting people most in need, and will include bespoke employment and skills programs that are tailored to local need. Well, clearly the organisations best placed to tailor that provision and direct that money are the local authorities. They are the mayoral authorities. We were told that leaving the EU was all about taking back control. Well then, give us that control so we can make the right decisions for local people. Lord Mayor, I second this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lamb.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I agree that the referendum was divisive. I found the arguments on both sides during the campaign depressing and exaggerated at times, with the predictions of economic doom if we left, and the sunny uplands and all the money for the NHS if we left. But I'm also a Democrat. I voted to remain in the referendum, but it was the biggest democratic exercise we've ever undertaken in this country, and the British people voted to leave the EU. Unlike every other election, which is also divisive during the campaign every time, the division continued afterwards because so many high-profile Remainers refused to accept the results. That is why there has been so much division and delay, and those people should take responsibility. It's notable that not a single speaker so far has congratulated the Prime Minister on the deal that he negotiated, the deal that none of them said he could get. Not one. Well, I do. I congratulate him. As someone who voted to remain, I think he's got a good deal, and I think we should celebrate and applaud what he's done. And we shouldn't forget there are two sides to a negotiation. So when people are criticising that it took too long and it was too late and too slow, the EU were there negotiating as well. They also think it's a good deal, our partners and friends. And it's kind of depressing to hear the merchants of doom still professing how terrible the world is going to be post-Brexit. Their lack of faith in our country is depressing and staggering. I believe the future is what we make it. And yes, there are things that we've lost from not being in the EU, but there are things that we gain as well. Our trade deficits with so many of the other countries outside the EU are incredibly positive. There are huge opportunities to take, and that's what we should focus on from now on. So I welcome the paper from Councillor Carter. Very happy to second it. And Lord Mayor, we should be fully focused on what Britain can achieve in the future, what Leeds can do to play its part. Yes, we should be bringing all of this forward to the Brexit working group, but let's get some positive people on that and focus on the benefits that are there. We have left, it's over, the Remainers have lost, move on. That's how we end up not having division. They've dragged this country back for too long. Let's put it to bed. The deal is done. Let's celebrate that and let's move forward. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Finnegan.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can we pass on the MBI's congratulations to Councillor Blake for her elevation? And can I point out the following comments from me and don't necessarily represent the views of my other colleagues. On the 23rd of June in 2016, the British people went to the polls as part of the biggest democratic process the UK has ever seen. The numbers exercising their right to vote was the highest in British electoral history, with turnover greater than any general election. And they voted to leave the European Union. As a Brexiteer on the Leave side, I've been subjected to unprecedented abuse. I was told I was thick. We can thank Labour MP Barry Shearman for that. I was told I was a Nazi. That's a comment by Labour MP David Lammy. I was told I was just too white. Jon Snow from Channel 4 News. I was subjected to the most coordinated campaign from the BBC, ITV, Channel 4 News and Sky News, joining forces with elitist organisations such as the IMF, the World Bank, Goldman Sachs, the Treasury, most of the major political parties across the UK, St. Obama, back of the queue, and European commissioners. The elite and the establishment working together with deeper pockets and overwhelming influence on the mainstream media. I was told increasingly fantastical tales. If you vote to leave, you'll lose your job. You'll have a recession that lasts for years, huge shortages, planes grounded. It would cost every home £4,300. No medicine, riots, the end of civilization as we know it, queues at the borders. Even bizarre claims made, including a shortage of sandwiches. We can thank Newsnight for that particular jam. And the outbreak of super gonorrhea. In Parliament, the Labour Party, the Lib Dems, the Solitary Green, the SNP and some Tories joined together, along with the wealthy Remainers, their equally wealthy lawyers and the judiciary, to try and block the biggest democratic vote ever. But the British people resisted all of this, the false claims, politicians saying one thing and voting for another, the Supreme Court, the mainstream media, and voted in 2019 to end the matter, to respect and implement the largest political vote in British political history. To paraphrase a campaign slogan, we're out of the EU, get over it. Leavers are not triumphant, or pleased, or gloating. Indeed, we, like the British people, are pretty tired with this issue. But we know two things. Our votes still count, and democracy was the main winner. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And congratulations must go to the Prime Minister and the government for negotiating the deal, and to our EU counterparts who also signed the deal. Both sides will have had to make compromises to get this far, but I think both sides understood that we are friends, we are neighbours, and we are trading partners first and foremost, and having a secure future relied on a deal. Those who were voting against the deal threatened no deal and a far worse scenario, and we must remember that. But focusing on Leeds and West Yorkshire, I'm pleased that the Brexit Working Group has come together constructively over the last few years to seek to take forward the issue of Brexit and the future post-Brexit too. And this deal should be a shot in the arm to that working group to move forward at a faster pace. There will be, and there are, opportunities from Brexit, not just now, but in the future. And we must think how that will help us to build back better here in Leeds and in West Yorkshire. That means jobs post-COVID crisis. That means bringing businesses and investment into the city, into the region. And that means looking at how our city will be organised, not just in 2021, but in 2030 and beyond. If we look at the UK at the moment, our largest trade surpluses are with countries, at the top 10 of our largest trade surpluses are with 9 out of 10 of those countries are outside the EU. Ireland, by the way, is the country that is the one that's inside the EU. In terms of foreign direct investment, outwardly and inwardly, the USA is top. It must be paramount that we seek to work with businesses in the United States and in developing economies to see how we can work with them and trade with them going forward. It's important that we look at our goods and our service sector. In Yorkshire and Humber, the growth up to pre-COVID levels was 8.2 billion in goods and 9.6 billion in the service sector. This is big money and big jobs, and it's right that this council is ready for the future. So the doom mongers, the naysayers, the grim reapers who wish to go and say that, you know, all the end of Western civilization as we know it has happened from 2016. I'm afraid that's all false. We have a new future and a new reality, and that reality is about our self-determination as a city and a country, and it is for us now to seize the day, seize the opportunities, and look to the future. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I'll now go to Councillor Carter to sum up.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Regrettably, the debate degenerated into a ritual of moaning from people who wanted to remain. Councillor Bentley, a typical Gladstonian Liberal, I think perhaps sums up for a lot of people why they voted to leave the EU. What was said of Gladstone applies equally to Councillor Bentley, inebriated with the exuberance of his own verbosity. It's exactly those sort of lectures and condescension that made people actually think about the ruling classes of all parties and about whether their voice was being heard. I cannot believe colleagues in the chamber who rely on an elected mandate from the people of this city can so lightly disregard the result of, first of all, a referendum and then the general election in 2019, which, whether you like it or not, was fought mainly on the issue of getting Brexit done. The deal is not perfect, no deal ever is. It doesn't predict the end of the world. What it says is we now have a new future outside the EU, and this must be grasped with both hands. Councillor Blake, earlier you went on at some length about government taking local government seriously. One of the best things this city could do is to present to government a proactive plan for supporting business through the transition period. Now we're out of the EU, and how we propose that the people of Leeds benefit from taking every possible opportunity that's presented to us through leaving the EU. I hope that we can do that. We're going to accept your amendment, not because of what you've said, but because we agree that European funds should be repatriated locally. And we believe that your party has finally had to accept the democratic vote of the people of this country. We now have to move forward with or without the Liberal Democrats. If they don't want to look on the positive side and help, then they are not only irrelevant, but completely pointless. I move the resolution, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. We'll now go to the vote. I'll remind members that I will accept the vote on the behalf of their whips. The first amendment in the name of Councillor Forsyth. Councillor Dawson, are you for, against, or abstain?
We are against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cohen, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Sorry?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Campbell, are you for, against, or abstain?
I'm sorry, Mayor, Lord Mayor, you went strange on me then. We got a load of background noise, so I missed the very beginning of what you said.
We are voting on the amendment in the name of Councillor Forsyth. Are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Hutchinson, are you for, against, or abstain?
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. The Maryleborough Independents are against.
Councillor Field, are you for, against, or abstain?
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
Councillor A. Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I'm just checking if Councillor Graham is online, because unfortunately we can't get all of Councillor Graham. Councillor Graham, are you
Against.
You're against. Thank you. This vote as last. We'll now call for the vote in the second amendment in the name of Councillor Bentley. Councillor Dawson, are you for, against, or abstain?
The Labour Group are against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cohen, are you for, against, or abstain?
Conservative Group are against, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Campbell, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hutchinson, are you for, against, or abstain?
The Maryleborough Independents are against, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Field, are you for, against, or abstain?
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
Councillor A. Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain?
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Graham, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. This vote has been lost. We'll now vote on the third amendment in the name of Councillor Blake. Councillor Dawson, are you for, against, or abstain?
The Labour Group are for, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cohen, are you for, against, or abstain?
Conservative Group are for, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Campbell, are you for, against, or abstain?
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hutchinson, are you for, against, or abstain?
The Marylebone Independents are 4, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Field, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor A. Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain?
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
Sorry, didn't get that.
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Graham, are you for, against, or abstain?
For.
Thank you. This vote has been carried. We'll now vote on the substantive motion. Councillor Dawson, are you for, against, or abstain?
The Labour Group of 4, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cohen, are you for, against, or abstain?
Conservative Group are 4, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Campbell, are you for, against, or abstain?
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hutchinson, are you for, against, or abstain?
The Marylebone Independents were 4, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Field, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Anne Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Ron Graham, are you for, against, or abstain?
For.
Thank you. That's been carried. Thank you. We'll now move into a procedural motion. Councillor David Blackburn.
Can I move in terms of the notice, please?
Thank you. Again, I'll ask whips to vote on the behalf of their councillors. Councillor Dawson, are you for, against, or abstain?
We are 4, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cohen, are you for, against, or abstain?
4, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Campbell, are you for, against, or abstain?
Sorry, Lord Mayor, I'm having a great deal of trouble hearing you. So I'm not sure.
We are voting on the procedural motion.
On the procedural motion, oh, we're for that. Sorry, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Hutchinson, are you for, against, or abstain?
The Marylebone Independents are 4, thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Field, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor A. Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Ron Graham, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. That's been carried. We'll now move on to the second white paper in the name of Councillor David Blackburn. David Blackburn.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. There are more than 13,000 nuclear weapons in the arsenals of the nuclear weapon states, with an explosive yield of more than 100,000 Hiroshima-sized bombs. The sizes of the existing nuclear arsenals and the possible unravelling of the non-proliferation regime are worrisome, but so are the changing nuclear weapons policies, which are increasingly risking that the weapons may actually be used. A deliberate or accidental use of a nuclear weapon would completely destroy a city like Leeds. It could also exacerbate climate change and affect global food production. These humanitarian consequences were discussed in detail at the United Nations, and it was agreed to develop a new treaty that can develop a process for multilateral disarmament of nuclear weapons. This process led on the 7th of July to 122 nations voting to adopt the treaty on the prohibition of nuclear weapons, that's TPNW, as a new disarmament process to encourage new ways to bring about a nuclear weapons-free world. For its work on delivering this, ICANN received the Nobel Prize in October 2017. And on the 22nd of October 2020, the 50th state ratified the TPNW into their national law, which means on the 22nd of January, just a few days, this will be entered into an international law as part of under the United Nations. Another 40 national governments have since signed and are in the process of ratifying this crucial global agreement, which prohibits the use, production and stockpiling of nuclear weapons and lays the foundations for their total elimination. Cities and towns where their states have opposed the TPN can help build support for the positive treaty by passing resolutions to support for it, as well as endorsing the ICANN Cities Appeals. Leeds City Council is a long-standing member of both the NFLA and Mayors for Peace, along with 8,000 towns and cities worldwide. Should Leeds City Council pass a resolution today, it will be following cross-party support from almost 400 cities in Europe, North America, Australia, Japan and India.
Councillor Blackburn.
Okay, I move my motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor James Lewis to second.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I second and reserve the right to speak.
Councillor Robinson to move an amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. In moving the amendment and thinking about the wording that we wish to put forward, I thought back to when I was first elected in May 2010 and of the correspondence that I've had from people who've asked me in that time as a councillor for my stance on nuclear weapons and nuclear war. And I haven't had one piece of correspondence on it in that time. That may be surprising to some members whose inboxes are filled with people asking the council to take a position on nuclear weapons, but I would have thought there would be other things they were asking their councillors to do. However, this is the motion that is in front of us. And I do not wish to diminish those who have real concerns about nuclear weapons and nuclear war, or David's heartfelt views on them either. And that is why in our motion, we retained the section on the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, and we wish to associate ourselves with that. Incidentally, the NFLA has a stance about anti-nuclear power, and I'm aware that there is also a group, the Greens for Nuclear Energy, who see nuclear energy as a bridge to through climate change to using renewable fuel and using solar energy and wind energy to power the future. So there are some Greens who see nuclear as an option, as a bridge here, and we don't wish to rule that out, because while we as a group and as a council should want to get to a stage where our energy is green, there may have to be a bridging period, and we feel that we are in that bridging period. Where we have amended the motion, though, is to make sure that we are very, very clear on stamping in this amendment and in a white paper our commitment to free speech and to human rights. What we know is that there are 1 million in Uyghur Muslims in re-education camps in China at the moment. What we know is that 740,000 Rohingya Muslims fled Myanmar, people who have had their free speech and their human rights stomped on by regimes. And it is right that this council seeks to associate itself with like-minded cities. It is right that this council reminds itself of the Universal Declaration for Human Rights, that everyone has the right to freedom of opinion and expression. This right includes freedom to hold opinions without interference and to seek, receive, and impart information and ideas through any media and regardless of frontiers. That is what this council should seek to do. We should seek to make sure that we are responding to the concerns of the residents who are in this city, whose families are caught in these circumstances, and we should take a position, Lord Mayor. And I hope that all members will seek to remember the words of Cicero: freedom is a possession of inestimable value. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Carter. Councillor, oh, it's there, it's coming.
Can you hear me?
I can now.
Yes, thank you. I second, my Lord Mayor, and reserve the right to speak, which I will be exercising.
Thank you. Councillor Galton to move the second amendment, sorry.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I wondered how this debate would develop, and it's interesting how one which was concerned about world peace and nuclear proliferation can get turned into a debate about free speech and how we should be all joining together to protect that. And it just came after a debate where my party was admonished for daring to veer from the line that's being put forward by the national government, which didn't really seem to be in the same spirit of applauding free speech. So I'll get back to the major part of this debate, which is about nuclear proliferation. And I have to say, on that, I can agree with Matthew Robinson, which is I would far prefer for this debate to be taking place in the House of Commons or Westminster Hall, where our elected representatives who are there to deliver national defence through national policy are actually paid to debate this kind of issue. As it is, I think it's worth noting what our local commitment can be to peace, and that's why my group have amended this motion to remind ourselves that peace is not something which is won easily. And in the spirit of the debate which we've just had, in a dangerous world, you should hold your friends close. And having alliances of like-minded people to provide common security is something which is very valuable. And one of the things which has held the peace over decades since the Second World War within the continent of Europe is not just, of course, the European Union and that solidarity of greater trading, creating greater common interests, but also, of course, NATO and our commitments as members of NATO to fulfilling aspects of that alliance. And one of the most valuable aspects that we have been able to offer as a nation is our nuclear deterrent to be used in partnership as a deterrent and not as an offensive weapon. And that this assurance that the ability for several members of NATO to deliver this has enabled shall we say, other foreign potential aggressors to think twice before they consider what they might have wanted to do. And I have to say,
sorry.
Lord Mayor, I accede to your timekeeping. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Orley.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I second the amendment and reserve my right to speak.
Councillor Flynn.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm supporting Councillor Robinson's amendment and rather surprisingly have to agree with a number of things that Councillor Colton has just said, but we'll move on to that later. Nobody in their right mind would object to complete nuclear disarmament. But bear in mind that the UK and NATO are already fully committed to a world without nuclear weapons. We're signatories to the Non-Proliferation Treaty, which Matt mentioned earlier. This treaty came into force over 50 years ago, and over the last sort of 30 years or so, there's been a reduction of 90% in the holdings of nuclear weapons throughout the world. So we've not done quite so badly so far. So David, we have to be realistic. You did mention the United Nations, as has several other people, but only one member of NATO voted for the Prohibition Treaty, and none of the nuclear powers did. One of the key words in your white paper is verifiable. We couldn't even verify that Iraq had weapons of mass destruction before the Second Gulf War. And look what's happened in the Middle East since then. The key elements here, surely, in any of these agreements are transparency and trust. Of the 9 countries with known nuclear capability, 3 are virtually totalitarian states: Russia, China, and North Korea. And we can argue whether or not Russia is totalitarian or not. But they're hardly bastions of human rights, and not to mention Iran, who may well have the capability if they haven't already got it. I don't think anyone here would associate transparency and trust with the countries I've just mentioned. It's very important that we learn lessons of history. although few present-day politicians appear to do so. A total of 90 million people died in the two world wars last century, 20 million in World War I, 70 million in World War II, and of those, 63 million were civilians, almost the size of the entire UK population at present. It can never happen again, Lord Mayor. And the reason why Nazi Germany, it's a long time ago now, I know, but it's well worthwhile emphasizing. The reason why Nazi Germany and Japan were allowed to take over most of Europe, Southeast Asia, the Far East, parts of China, was because they could. There was no one to stop them. So far this century, there have been over 100 regional conflicts. We've had nothing on the scale of a world war for the last 75 years. And the reason, in my estimation, is deterrence, as Councillor Galton mentioned sort of earlier on. I'm afraid the only language some countries understand is the same language that they use themselves, and that unfortunately requires a deterrent. Thank you very much indeed, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Firth.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. And echoing some of the comments coming from colleagues, especially from the Conservative group, I was pretty surprised when I saw this come up. And I am so surprised because I believe this issue is not something, to quote other members, that in the middle of a pandemic, that this is something that we need to be discussing. I understand the sentiments around people's fears about probably if the button was pressed by accident. But the simple fact is, one word is used whenever we talk about nuclear weapons in the UK. As Councillor Flynn has said, deterrent. Deterrent, to deter from never needing to use it. None of those countries, as Councillor Flynn has said, none of those countries with nuclear weapons, except for North Korea, yes, North Korea is the only country that has nuclear weapons that has talked about endorsing a treaty such as the Treaty to Proliferate Nuclear Weapons. The situation is that I cannot believe as well that the Labour Party are throwing their weight behind this motion. Because funnily enough, there is a national debate about whether Keir Starmer, their new leader, actually supports it. Their shadow foreign secretary was against nuclear weapons, and then when the leadership election came, she's now for it. The situation is that I am surprised that the Labour Party are backing this motion as well. The relevance of us being part of the nuclear-free local authorities is questionable. And I think at this moment in time, the majority, the vast majority of our residents would be actually saying, yes, we agree with the sentiment to remove nuclear weapons, but to shy away and give up our nuclear weapons entirely would be the wrong move. Why? Because the simple fact is, of that one word again, deterrent, to deter others. Now, we are in a situation now where we would never use them in aggression. We would only use them if we ever had to. And that is the situation here. I hope that other members across the chamber will agree and that will support the amendments to this post. And I certainly share the sentiments as said before by the Liberal Democrats that we must carry on to continue to make sure that in the end, we can abolish nuclear weapons, but not give up one of our main negotiating parts of it. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Carter.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm delighted to second the resolution, the amendment tabled by Councillor Robinson, and my colleagues have I think, covered many of the most salient points. But I'll say this: the enemies of democracy now do not have a face. We've seen that in terms of chemical warfare, chemical terrorism. We know that military figures now refer to the current state of the world as being in the grey zone, a place where you aren't actually engaged in military operations, but you are nevertheless in a form of warfare with certain rogue states, Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, being at the forefront of that. It is no time for us to be having a debate of this sort. And I do appreciate the well-intentioned nature of Councillor Blackburn's resolution. I'm astonished that the Labour Party are seeking to completely break with their new leaders' declared policy. I find it astonishing and quite frightening. And to Stuart Galton, I'd say this: I actually have a lot of sympathy with his amendment, but it is a question of protecting democracy. And I would defend your right to hold your views and express them freely forever. What I would not accept is that you then seek to overturn the will of the people expressed through the democratic process. Because when you do that, you in fact undo all that's been achieved by having the nuclear deterrent as a deterrent, and it's worked throughout my lifetime. But I happen to believe democracy is under the greatest threat it has been in my lifetime, and it isn't just in the rogue states I've mentioned. When you see the performance in the USA, we should all be extremely concerned. But you're right, is this the place to debate it? I would rather we were debating the plight of the poor Uyghur Muslims in China, the people of Hong Kong, and other people all over the world who are in fact being enslaved. And we have recourse to action here where we have supposedly have a relationship with Hangzhou and therefore China. And we should be putting pressure, if we can, at a local level because of those ties, to ease the plight of people who are being oppressed. And I regret to say the administration seem to want to absolutely avoid that and instead sign up to this resolution tabled by Councillor Blackburn, which would be far better debated on the floor of the House of Commons. But I say again, I think democracy is under greater threat than I have known it in my lifetime, and we should all be very afraid of that. It is no time to discuss unilateral steps to disarm. Let's hope in the future that time will come, but it certainly hasn't come now. I'm happy to second the resolution, the amendment, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Anderson, Barry Anderson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can I start by saying that David Blackburn and I have some many wonderful debates and we agree on a lot of things, and I can actually see where he is coming from in terms of what he's trying to achieve. However, because we're in a world of uncertainty, even if we were to choose to do it unilaterally, that would not make the world a safer place. It will, however, as has been said by a number of people, both in this debate, but also nationally as well, that the whole point about the deterrent is that you've got to leave uncertainty in the mind of anyone who might be thinking of using weapons against this country. It is our duty. It's one of the first duties of any government is to protect its citizens. And as long as we've got that, we will be able to be seen to at least contemplate doing it. God help us if we ever have to use it, but we must reserve the right to do so. It's there for a deterrent. And we are in a great period of uncertainty as to what's happening, because most recently in the United States, the Senate, the Democrats and the House of Representatives, have been holding back some of the funding, which could lead to a great deal of unsettling things happening in this world. And as long as we in this country continue to show the leadership that we've done, it is the right thing to do. It is the right thing to hold on to them. It's the right thing to do. Now, most prime ministers in the last few years have said that they would do it. Theresa May said it. David Cameron has said it. So it is vitally important that we do continue to do this. The other thing I would point out, somebody also referred to earlier on, was the fact that nuclear power and nuclear energy, it is something that we have to keep up our sleeves. We have to be able to use that as a potential way forward, because we never know when we need to secure our energy supplies, and we need it there in case things happen, because we are reliant on some other third-party countries providing some of our energy. And if they were ever cut off for any reason, nothing to do
Councillor Anderson.
this country. So I thank you, Lord Mayor. I would support the amendment on behalf of the Conservatives.
Thank you. Councillor Ali, do you want to speak? Councillor Ali, would you like to speak? Can I call on Councillor Buckley?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And until about half an hour ago, I had no expectation of being called to speak actually on this white paper. But I'm happy, you're smiling actually, but I'm happy to make some remarks because it's a very, very interesting topic indeed. It's the most fundamental thing that we could possibly debate. Now, if you're over, let's say 50, the Iron Curtain came down 30 years ago. And those of that age group that I'm talking about, anybody over about 50, will probably remember that before 1990, when we had the constant threat of Russia, the Soviet Union, and nuclear attack, there was always a 1% bit of your mind that always knew that that was a possibility. And that it completely disappeared when the Iron Curtain fell and the Soviet Union fell to pieces. But now with nuclear weapons, as other speakers have said very clearly, we now have, Russia is still there, of course, they've turned into something slightly different now, but we have China and Iran. And the behavior of the Chinese and the Iranians recently has been very, very sinister and unpleasant. As other speakers have again pointed out, we have the enslavement of hundreds of thousands of Muslims in China, and they're actually responsible for what you would call the rape of Hong Kong. Hong Kong democracy has been smashed while A, nobody's looking, and B, we've got other things on our plates. Everybody, and Councillor Blackburn's absolutely right. What a wonderful world it would be if we had none of these weapons. I am so sympathetic to that emotion. But in essence, in addition to what I've already said, the other aspect to some of this is that some people, not the people who promoted this white paper today, but there are some politicians who, if we went down this road and had no nuclear weapons, they would say, oh, well, that's fine. And now, oh, by the way, we don't need aircraft carriers. And now we don't need tanks and we don't need this. They don't really want to defend us at all. But my main...
Councillor Buckley.
Thank you. I'll leave it there. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Ali, are you back with us now?
I don't wish to speak. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
You do?
I do not wish to speak. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I'm seconding Councillor Blackburn's white paper. Just as a quick refresher for some of the councillors that have spoken who have spoken against unilateral nuclear disarmament, I'll just remind them what the white paper actually says, that the treaty for the prohibition of nuclear weapons is the most effective way to bring about long-term and verifiable multilateral nuclear disarmament. And comments have been made against the white paper that we are not discussing. A couple of points to pick up. I mean, I welcome the Conservatives' commitment to the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights, which was signed by this country, by a Labour government. And again, I welcome their commitment to that Labour policy. And also for those who've spoken about Labour defence policy, a quick reminder that we are committed to the NATO average 2% of GDP defence spending, and also lifting the public sector pay freezes, which have hit our brave servicemen and women as much as they've hit other key services. This is something the Conservatives oppose. But turning to the, I'm turning to some of the history here, and I think it's worth, you know, people have questioned why are we debating this? Well, we, along with Manchester, in an outbreak of peace and harmony, formed the nuclear-free local authorities back in 1980. We've had a long commitment to this agenda. We are members of Mayors for Peace, which is one of the, when we talk about our relationships around the world, these are important relationships we hold. We've had a long involvement in these issues. I sometimes tell the younger members of the Labour group about in the early 1980s, about when we used to learn that we could avoid nuclear Armageddon by hiding under our, by crouching under our school desks. And this was a civil defence work that the council did at that time in response to the nuclear-free local authority agenda. And this was work that actually went onto the national stage and developed the Civil Contingencies Act. As Councillor Blake referred to earlier around COVID, often local government does stuff first and does it better, and national government ends up adopting what we are doing. There have been many positives that have come from the council's long commitment to this agenda. Again, we many of us receive correspondence about this subject from our residents a lot, and I think it's absolutely right in the spirit of democracy and free speech that many have spoken about, that if we wish as a council, we take a view on this. And again, Councillor Blackburn has brought this white paper forward, which we support. I'm also pleased when I was researching this to for some of those councillors that hinted at this was some sort of radical agenda. I'm also not supporting Councillor David Blackburn, who we all know very well, but also the position of the General Synod of the Church of England, who supports the international campaign against nuclear weapons in this treaty. So it's a broad base of support across the country and across our residents. I'm very pleased to support this white paper motion amended in Councillor Blackburn's name, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Blackburn to sum up.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think same old story with certain politicians when you're discussing nuclear. If you mention anything about it, it becomes unilateral. Nothing in this is unilateral. The whole purpose of it is that it's multilateral. It's by agreement between nations, pressed by the smaller nation to do something. It is the very thing that we need to do. And, you know, if you look at what most prime ministers of this country have said, that they've always been in support of multilateral reductions in nuclear weapons. In fact, the Proliferation Treaty was drawn up on that basis. It was about reducing weapons and stopping them spreading. And this is what this is about. It is about reducing and hoping to work towards a situation one day where we can do away with them, like we've done away with landmines in most of the world. And that's what that is about. It isn't anything more than that. And what gets me is with centre-right parties in this country, their colleagues in Europe, their colleagues in the United States are supporting what we are debating here. You know, you can't call Washington, D.C., Los Angeles, Baltimore, Anchorage, and Salt Lake City as hotbeds of socialism or communism, unless you're Mr. Trump, probably. But the fact of the matter is that they are centre-right controlled authorities in the United States. And that is the same throughout Europe. And if you talk to people from various parts of Europe, it isn't a left-right thing. It's across the board that we want to see a safer world. And let's talk about those over 50. Well, I'm old enough to remember the Cuban Missile Crisis. And I remember coming home from school one day, and we didn't think we were going to be there the following morning. Luckily, nobody did know. Nobody dropped any bombs, and it was sorted out. But the thing is, it was so close. The only way you can avoid that is to A, reduce and then do away with. And this is what this is about. But it is to do it with agreement of all people. So I move my motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now call for the vote. Again, I'll ask the whips to vote on the behalf of their groups. We'll vote on the amendment in the name of Councillor Robinson. Councillor Dawson, are you for, against, or abstain?
The Labour Group are against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Coyne, are you for, against, or abstain?
Conservative Group are in favour of Councillor Robinson's amendment.
Councillor Campbell, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hutchinson, are you for, against, or abstain?
The Maryleborough Independents are for, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Field, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor A. Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain?
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Graham, Ron Graham, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against.
Thank you. This motion has been lost. We'll vote on the second amendment in the name of Councillor Goldson. Councillor Dawson, are you for, against, or abstain?
We're against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Coyne, are you for, against, or abstain?
We're for, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Campbell, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hutchinson, are you for, against, or abstain?
The Maryleborough Independents were against, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Field, are you for, against, or abstain?
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
Councillor A. Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Ron Graham, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. That vote has been lost. We'll now vote on the motion. Councillor Dawson, are you for, against, or abstain?
The Labour Group are for, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Coyne, are you for, against, or abstain?
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Campbell, are you for, against, or abstain?
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hutchinson, are you for, against, or abstain?
The Maryleborough Independents are for, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Field, are you for, against, or abstain?
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
Councillor A. Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Ron Graham, are you for, against, or abstain?
For.
This motion has been carried. Thank you. We'll now move to the third white paper in the name of Councillor Cooper. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Universal credit continues to penalise and punish people, often through no fault of their own. It has been beset by problems and hardships since it was introduced, as anyone that has had anything to do with it knows. Unfortunately, with the impact of COVID-19, more people than ever have been forced to learn this the hard way. Increases in poverty aren't new. For 10 years, we have all seen cut after cut after cut, and the increasingly worse impact each one has had on our most vulnerable. Indeed, instead of helping our vulnerable citizens, these cuts have driven more and more families into debt and poverty. Let's be clear, this is a choice that subsequent Conservative governments have made since 2010. It's not a necessity. The UN even found that the choice was entrenching high levels of poverty and inflicting unnecessary misery in one of the richest countries in the world. And COVID has compounded what we have seen in the last 10 years. People are losing their livelihoods, their security, and ultimately their quality of life to protect the NHS and save lives. It's a big ask of everyone. It's something we should be all in together. You shouldn't suffer for doing the right thing for your community, your family, your friends, or strangers you will never even meet. Too many of the people that have had to make this sacrifice have been let down by this government. In Leeds, we can see some of that impact in a stark figure of 70,000 now claiming universal credit. Prior to March 2020, there was an average of 600 claims registered a week in the city, and in April alone, 6,800 people applied. That's an increase of 60%. With this increase, the government has finally admitted that what is being provided by universal credit is not enough to live on, and has provided a £20 uplift. It's not enough, but it's welcome. What isn't welcome is the fact that the government is planning to take away that uplift. Getting control of the pandemic may be in sight, and I would like to recognise and thank everyone involved in the work around the vaccine, but we still have a long way to go yet. The same way the government keeps dragging its feet on meals for hungry children, it keeps dragging its feet in providing ongoing support for other vulnerable members of society. It's very welcome that the government has U-turned so many times over providing school meals, but it shouldn't be an uphill and constant battle to get a government to do what's right. The decision to get rid of a £20 uplift in April would be cruel outside of a pandemic. During one, it's just purely criminal. The government should recognise that punishing people for doing the right thing is wrong. It sends the wrong message and does nothing to stop the spread of COVID, with people terrified of losing their jobs. We're seeing a huge rise in the use of food banks over the pandemic, people coming up with no other place to go.
Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The government has been making it worse for 10 years, but they can put it right, and it's time they did it now. Thank you, Lord Mayor. I move the white paper.
Thank you. Councillor Charwood, a second.
Lord Mayor, I second, but can I reserve my right to speak towards the end of the speakers? Thank you.
Yeah. Councillor Anderson to move a motion.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can I first of all say that I actually endorse the comments by Councillor Cooper in the first part of her motion, where we do recognise fully the hard work done by, she's mentioned key workers here, but people throughout the city. And some of them have been living in poverty, and I'm not disputing that, However, where is the evidence from Councillor Cooper that the government is going to withdraw the £20? An argument used by this administration earlier on when asked about PCSOs was that wait and see what happens in our budget. Well, wait and see what the government do, because there is a budget coming forward in March. So why should they say in advance what's going to be in the budget? If I was to ask you what's going to be in your budget, you wouldn't tell me. So why should you expect the government? The government have not indicated that they're going to do so. I'm just wondering, this is another one of Keir Starmer's little tricks, that he tries to announce things that he knows are going to happen and then pretend it was all because of his great work in order to get things done. I think this could be another one as well in that. But what have the government done? Well, the government have done a heck of a lot to try and address poverty. And I would pay tribute to Ian Duncan Smith for using this concept. He did go into a number of impoverished areas in this country, and that was what formed his views and his groups that he took forward. And that's why we've ended up with universal credit. It is helping. It is doing things. We do, as a council, we have excellent relationships with Housing Leeds and the DWP, so we do work together to try and get the best possible things we can do. The government have increased local housing allowances, which will help the poorest in society. The government have invested 170 million in vulnerable households. The government have introduced a council tax hardship fund. The government have put 40 billion into the COVID job retention scheme. The government have put £57 million into various business loans. The government have put 78 billion into helping the self-employed, some of whom are quite poor in relative terms. The government has increased the national living wage by 2.2%. The government have come forward with a food programme. The government have increased the national insurance threshold. The government have boosted the Troubled Families programme by 165 million. The government have invested £1 billion into education catch-up because of problems that have been caused with what's happening here. So let's just see.
Councillor Anderson.
Yeah, so let's just see what happens in the budget. But all I would say is watch this space. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Smith, second.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm seconding the amendment in the name of Councillor Barry Anderson. I'd like to begin by echoing the comments expressed, thanking our organisations and individuals, all the city's NHS staff, key workers for their tireless dedication and sacrifice throughout the pandemic. I hope we can show our appreciation for them in an appropriate way once this is all over. With the UK being the first country to start rolling out a vaccine, which in itself is an achievement and worth celebrating, we're all understandably hopeful that the end is in sight and that there are clearly still challenging times ahead. I hope this council is committed to doing everything it can to support the vaccine rollout, make it as quick and efficient a process as possible. My Lord Mayor, there can be no doubt COVID-19 has placed enormous pressure on all of us, and that the most vulnerable have been hardest hit. Many of those living on low incomes who may already have faced job uncertainty, lack of financial security, have been dealt a cruel hand by this pandemic and are now struggling to an even greater degree. To pretend, as the original white paper motion does, that there have only been local efforts to mitigate the impacts of the pandemic and the government has only made things worse is simply wrong. It's worth remembering exactly what the government has done and is continuing to do to support individual workers and businesses through this pandemic. It's provided a huge degree of financial support through the job retention scheme, the self-employed income support scheme. Added to this, there are all the discretionary grant funding for local authorities to distribute to businesses, the local restriction support grants, the recent extension to the furlough scheme, and the emergency grants to council to help with their own budgets. Taken all together, the financial package provided is amongst the most generous available anywhere in the world. As Councillor Anderson's amendment notes, the government has also supported the lowest paid families. There is 170 million in the COVID winter grant support scheme and 220 million in the holiday activities and food programme. We can all quote statistics though. I find it interesting that according to one fact-checking organisation, levels of poverty in the UK have barely shifted between the years 2000 and 2020. It's also not helpful to conflate the levels of poverty that existed in Leeds before the pandemic with what has happened because of it. And a diagnosis that blames everything on the government will never lead to a strategy that helps families in the city, because it won't get to the root cause of many of the problems that these families face. My Lord Mayor, it is disappointing that the original motion contains so little about what this administration itself intends to do to tackle poverty. And there is no self-reflection on how some of its own decisions have impacted people negatively. No proposals for what the council can do differently. This is a missed opportunity.
Councillor Smith?
I'll just finish this sentence, my Lord Mayor. I think it's right that the government continues to look at how best it can support disadvantaged communities. And this could include looking again at the decision on the £20 a week uplift in universal credit. But this will need to be assessed as the financial and health position becomes clearer over the course of the year. Part of the challenge will be getting the economy moving again. But by doing that, we can also ensure that we have the means to always support our most vulnerable communities. I second Councillor Anderson's amendment. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Finnegan to move a second amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. In formally moving our amendment to this particular resolution, we're attempting, which is unusual for us, to be a unifying influence. And we have a lot of sympathy with what Deborah says in her white paper early on. The early paragraphs, nobody would disagree with those. The later paragraphs where we're talking about making sure that we provide the help and support that people need on universal credit. And it's a great pity because in terms of trying to unify everybody around us, if we can cut out the politicking, the unnecessary Labour Party central office, we have to add these additional elements because we want to bash the Tories or the coalition government or whatever, is just not helpful. We did have an opportunity here, we felt, to get everybody supporting what is a reasonable ask, and that is universal credit continues to have the uplift that it's received at this particular point. Now, universal credit as a principle is a good thing. If you ever go back to Ian Duncan Smith's original proposals, it worked well. George Osborne decided that he'd fiddle around with the levels of universal credit, and they also left in the regrettable elements of it being paid monthly instead of fortnightly or weekly, and also handing over the housing costs, which plunged a lot of people into rent arrears. It's not at an appropriate level. I think the uplift is fair and reasonable. I think we should be supporting that collectively as a council, and our resolution aims to actually achieve that. There are elements in universal credit about conditionality, and that's a positive from a lot of people who see an obligation in terms of universal credit to make sure that you are actively trying to undertake whatever activities that you can to get back into work. My colleague, who has added other amendments, will deal with the impact in terms of small businesses and the self-employed. But we formally move the amendment to the white paper. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Hutchinson to second.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. If I can also echo my colleagues' comments and also offer thanks to the many local organisations and individuals who have helped one way or another over the last 10 months during this terrible pandemic. Tackling the issue of the £20 uplift of universal credit to become permanent should really be just the start in tackling the inequalities seen by the Treasury's attempt to help everyone up and down the UK. I'm not taking away from the government the great work that they've done in keeping the retail, hospitality and the leisure propped up with the grant schemes, nor the discretionary grant schemes offered to the supply chain industry affected by the leisure, hospitality and retail industry closure. Equally, I'm also not taking away the fantastic furlough scheme used up and down the country to keep employees' income at 80%, ensuring that they can still pay their bills, rent and keep food on the table. The assistance given by government, unfortunately, does fall short with the many small businesses that aren't in retail, leisure, hospitality, or the supply chain that don't fall within the criteria of receiving any of the discretionary grant schemes rolled out through local government. The small business that doesn't have a premises or a rates bill, the mobile hairdresser working out of the boot of their car, the brickie, the plumber, the sparky that is working out of a van or a home garage, all have been forgotten and are really struggling with no financial support during the difficult times of this pandemic. These businesses are the backbone of the UK economy and may not be there when the economy gets back on its feet. Many of these people I mentioned are directors of their own small companies. They aren't the huge blue chip companies that have millions of pounds to support them through the pandemic, yet still seek government handouts. They're the directors of SMEs and would normally be using dividends to top up their income. As most would think, this isn't illegal, but no allowance has been made in it being recognised by the grant schemes. The entrepreneurs that would normally be making enough to get by on without needing universal credit have had their incomes dry up overnight with absolutely no help from the government schemes. Like I said before, this doesn't just start and finish with the extra £20 of universal credit. The many people left behind and forgotten needs addressing with just as much importance. I hereby second the amendment in the name of Councillor Finnegan. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Colton to move the third amendment. Councillor Golton.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. All I will say to them all independents is you can try your hardest to bring them together and put something down as sensible as you have. But unfortunately, I don't think it's going to work. And that's because whenever we talk about things like long-term poverty, the two major parties will always weaponize it. The Tory amendment really does try to rewrite history. And I know that Councillor Anderson talked about Ian Duncan Smith. Let me remind you that Ian Duncan Smith, in creating universal credit, ended up resigning because of what your party did to the system that he hoped to create. Because the tendency is always there, as soon as the word fairness is introduced into the equation when it comes to poverty in this country, that the Conservative leadership will always think, well, actually, are they really deserving of this generosity? And actually, can we not clip a little bit off and then offer it as a tax incentive to somebody else? And unfortunately, that's what happened with universal credit. And it's one of the reasons why it needs to have this £20 uplift kept on board, because it is a faulty system and doesn't deliver that enhancement and engagement to get into work that was intended in the scheme to replace all those other benefits that it was supposed to be much better than. Let's think about Theresa May as well, because she came in as well, didn't she, talking about looking after the left behind. Unfortunately, she wasn't helped by your party either, because she wasn't allowed any time to think about that, because she spent all of her time trying to keep your fractious, warring party together, debating Europe. So, because if you remember, you're the lot that were obsessed about it, and it stopped you thinking about poverty, and it stopped you thinking about providing that social care system that's been promised year after year by health and social security ministers. So we'll take no lessons for you on that. As for the Labour Party, like most people, your white paper is a white paper of two halves, and half of it you think, yes, you're absolutely right, and let's congratulate all the people that have worked together, and yes, it has highlighted some areas where some action has been needed, and it took an emergency for the Conservative Party to respond in any meaningful way to growing poverty. But I have to say, this emergency has also unmasked the two-speed city that Labour has administered over in terms of poverty, because all of your poverty addressing policies are usually focused on a very limited part of the city, and those people who are experiencing poverty in some of the outlying districts of the city have not had a look in at all. And if you look at your holiday hunger programme, I'll mention it again, when we were looking, it only covers 11 wards out of 33, and you should have a reset as well about poverty.
Thank you. Councillor Dawes, the second. Councillor Dawes?
Yeah, just trying to get unmuted. Thank you, Lord Mayor. And in seconding, I think there's never been a more important time to address poverty than now. Due to coronavirus, many people are being drawn into the poverty trap. Our church has been working with the local school and community to support those that have found themselves with little or no income. And some families have been torn apart by the virus. I know of families where a member of the family has lost their job and has basically been unable to look after the family, sustain them, and actually walked out because they found the pressures too much to try and live without an income. And as such, there are families out there in my community where they're splitting apart and leaving a single parent to bring up children on their own without any income, and they're the people that we're stepping in to help. So any financial help that can be given is worthwhile, and I think it's something we need to look at as we move forward during this virus, and as we move out of it the other side. There really is a desperate need, and it's not just in the disadvantaged areas, it's in all areas. I think one of the councillors earlier mentioned about entrepreneurs. There are people out there that run small businesses. I have a friend who runs his own business but has only been doing so for a short period of time, therefore had no provable money behind it, therefore he can't claim anything for any of the sort of benefits, so he's sort of left with no income. Fortunately, he's got some support from family, but there are many people like that, and people that are coming into poverty that don't know about all the systems out there that are there to help, and they're finding that they're not enough. So like I say, anything that we can do to help and support people that find themselves in a desperate situation has got to be a good thing, and we need to increase how we help them rather than decrease. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
you. Councillor A. Blackburn.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'll start off by saying that I'm fully in agreement with Councillor Deborah Cooper's white paper. Obviously, a lot of detail in it. I'll start off by saying, yes, of course, we also give our huge gratitude to the key workers in my ward and all over Leeds. They've done a tremendous job, and they cover from bus drivers. You could even say people that work in shops, food workers. Even my son, who works for a food packaging printing firm, got a letter saying he was a key worker. So these key workers were many. But yes, I do congratulate all the work that they did. The vaccinations, yes, we want to get them done quickly, not just the first one, the second one, so that we can try and get back to some sort of normality. This question of the £20, now it seems as if some are saying that it will be taken away, some then say it isn't. All I would say is that if it is correct that the government give 20, well, obviously we know that the government did uplift the universal credit by £20, which I'm sure was welcomed by the people on universal credit. If they're planning to take it away, then I think, quite frankly, the Scrooges and Boris, or the person of his cabinet who's responsible for this should be called Scrooge, because whether you're conservative or not, I do not understand how you can give somebody £20 who's really, really down on their uppers, and then say, here we are, we're giving you it, and then we're taking it away. It's just Scrooge-like. It's terrible. I just can't contemplate the right. Well, there is no right in doing that. So I would say that the £20 should be there, full stop. The people that's on universal credit, heaven only knows that, it isn't as if universal credit itself is a huge amount of money. I mean, as far as we're concerned, we want the jobs. A lot of people in work are just scared of losing the job. This pandemic has caused families that...
Councillor Blackburn.
Yes, well, I'll just finish. A lot, of problems by this, and I do hope that the government does keep that £20 and doesn't withdraw it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Charlwood.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So in seconding Councillor Cooper's white paper, I, as the chairing the Health and Wellbeing Board, and that's the integrated partnership of the health and social care workforce as well as our institutions in the city, I would just really like to thank everyone for all of the work they've done. People in social care, people in public health, everybody have just done an incredible job. So we really all are in your debt in the chamber. We're delighted with the rollout of the COVID vaccine plan. The strength of our partnership, the foundations we've built have meant we've been able to roll it out with a really strong performance. So that's really wonderful. But, like many people, I'm really disappointed that after a decade of austerity now and underspending on our vital public services has had such a negative impact on our ability to respond financially and economically in our communities by being resilient. And I know Councillor Anderson listed a whole list of things that they've put in, but they're really, in a sense, trying to put a plug in something which they have cut so many other things and weakened the fabric of people's economic lives, so that people are on much more insecure work arrangements, much more gig economy type work. And so when this pandemic has hit, we now have significantly more need and significantly more poverty than we would have had if people had not had those cuts and those workforce changes. And I think that's what we're trying to get at as well by saying, please don't take away this £20. It's saying, actually, we think you probably will. Most people think the Conservatives will want to do that. But a lot of individuals have done quite well out of this pandemic, and they've been in the press. You know, businesses who've reaped in significant rewards through their contracts to the government. We're trying to stand up for the individuals in the communities who don't have, you know, friends in government, who actually only have people like us who can say, remember the families who need that £20. Really don't take it away, especially at the moment. And the reason I'm speaking on this from a health point of view is that poverty creates ill health, and it's a really well-established link that Professor Michael Marmot would talk about, public health talks about. So putting people in poverty and further poverty will damage the COVID effects in the long term. So we're saying, for a sensible economic reason, give people that £20, help people, support them through getting through the rest of this pandemic so that we can recover quicker. Let's be sensible about it. And if the government are not going to take it away, then we would be really, really pleased about that. But it has a significant health effect, and the inequalities caused by COVID have been really laid bare. So this £20 is just going to make that even worse if it's taken away. So I'll second the paper. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper to sum up.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just having a difficulty unmuting there, I'm afraid. And thank you for everybody that's contributed to the debate, actually, in council today, albeit on a Zoom meeting. I have to say that it saddens me that we have to discuss yet again the inadequacy of government policy around poverty. I suppose it may surprise some members to know that the government are still sanctioning people on universal credit while we're in the dire claws of this pandemic. They are still sanctioning people in our city and taking money away from them when they really need that money to help keep them roof above their heads and food on their tables. Councillor Anderson, I do have to say that the wait and see option that you outline really isn't good enough, because how are people going to know how they can pay the bills or buy the food at the end of the week? And if I can just let you know that Boris Johnson actually was speaking in a liaison meeting in the House of Commons today about this issue. I don't know whether you know, but I'm happy to inform you all that he said that he will keep under review the £20 uplift, but he would rather concentrate on the recreation of jobs and the recovery. So there you go. That tells you everything we need to know. Poverty is not at the top of their agenda, I'm afraid. And don't just take our word for it. You know, the Joseph Rowntree Foundation produced a poverty report that actually came out this morning. I don't know whether any of you have had a chance to actually see it yet, but just a couple of things that they've said about it. People who were trapped in poverty before the pandemic have suffered the most financial damage during the crisis. According to a report warning the government that more support is needed to help hard-pressed families. Workers on the lowest incomes experienced on average the largest cut in hours at the start of the pandemic almost a year ago, with 81% of people working in retail and accommodation recording a drop in income. Even before the pandemic struck, causing the deepest UK recession for more than 300 years, the foundation said that millions in the UK had lived through a decade of deprivation, with little progress made on reducing poverty, rising hardship among working households, and a steady increase in child poverty. They gave a stark warning to Boris Johnson's government that it risked being defined by a record of rising poverty if action was not taken. The Joseph Rowntree Foundation said tackling the issue must be a central pillar of the economic priority in 2021. And just to go back slightly to what Councillor Anderson said of Ian Duncan Smith, we'll take no lessons from him, as he was the one who slashed the welfare budget by £12 billion on those who needed it most. And I have to say that when it takes a footballer from a Premier League to push a Prime Minister into acting and providing for people in need of food and finance, then we're in some sorry state. I think that many of our members, thank you, Lord Mayor, I'll just finish by saying, I think that many members have seen the look on people's faces at food banks over this pandemic. And if you have, you would know the need in their eyes, and you should support this white paper and move it, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I now call for a vote. Again, I'll ask the whips to vote on their groups. We'll go on in the amendment in the name of Councillor Barry Anderson. Councillor Dawson, are you for, against, or abstain?
The Labour Group are against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cohen, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Campbell, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hutchinson, are you for, against, or abstain?
And the Marlborough Independents are against, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Field, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Anne Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain?
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Ron Graham, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. That vote has been lost. We'll go to the second amendment in the name of Councillor Finnegan. Councillor Dawson, are you for, against, or abstain?
We are against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cohen, are you for, against, or abstain?
We abstain, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Campbell, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hutchinson, are you for, against, or abstain?
The Marlborough Independents, we are for, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Field, are you for, against, or abstain?
Again, sorry, abstain, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Anne Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain?
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Ron Graham, are you for, against, or abstain?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. That vote has been lost. We'll now go into the third amendment in the name of Councillor Galton. Councillor Dawson, are you for, against, or abstain?
The Labour Group are against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cohen, are you for, against, or abstain?
We abstain, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Campbell, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hutchinson, are you for, against, or abstain?
Marlborough Independents are against, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Field, are you for, against, or abstain?
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Anne Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain?
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
And Councillor Ron Graham, are you for, or against, or abstain?
Against.
Thank you. That vote has been lost. We'll now call for a vote on the motion. Councillor Dawson, are you for, against, or abstain?
The Labour Group are for, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cohen, are you for, against, or abstain?
We abstain, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell, are you for, against, or abstain?
Abstain, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hutchinson, are you for, against, or abstain?
The Marlborough Independents are for that, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Field, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Anne Blackburn, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
And Councillor Ron Graham, are you for, against, or abstain?
For, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. This vote has been carried. We have come to the end of the program. Can I thank you all for your attendance today? And as usual, please look after each other. But in the meantime, do stay safe. Thank you.